Chapter 909. Ever since the Devil Cloud Lian province invaded the ancient Sword continent, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were incomparably rampant in the Five Elements province. And now, Dean Wuyun could finally go all out and fight. Is this what you're relying on? Sensing the aura around Dean Wuyun, a sinister smile appeared on the Yellow Spring sect master's face. Voila! Dean Wuyun didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and the long sword in his hand suddenly danced. The battle between quasi-kings shook the heavens and the earth. The numerous true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy retreated one after another and watched from afar. Boom! Seeing Dean Wuyun take the initiative to attack, killing intent shot out from the Yellow Spring sect master's eyes. Old thing, after killing you, the Five Elements province will belong to my Yellow Spring sect, said the Yellow Spring sect master sinisterly. Once, the Yellow Spring sect almost ruled the entire ancient Sword continent, but it was encircled and annihilated by the ancient Sword continent. In the end, the profound king realm experts of the Yellow Spring sect had no choice but to die with grievances. But now, it was an excellent opportunity. The Devil Cloud Lian province only wanted to refine the ancient Sword continent's realm core. He couldn't be bothered with other things. And the Yellow Spring sect master, who loved overflowing power, wanted to gradually devour the ancient Sword continent and then complete the unification. In the eyes of the Yellow Spring sect master, this battle was the final battle. From now on, there would be no Five Elements Academy in the Five Elements province. There would be an absolute overlord power, the Yellow Spring sect. Originally, the Yellow Spring sect master wanted to recover his cultivation to the profound king realm before launching the final attack. But Dean Wuyun broke through to the quasi-king realm, forcing him to come out of seclusion early. Bang! Facing Dean Wuyun's attack, the Yellow Spring sect master clenched his fist and punched out. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, the space within a 100-mile radius became incomparably chaotic. A deafening rumble resounded through the sky. The long sword in Dean Wuyun's hand was forced back by the Yellow Spring sect master's fist. Dean Wuyun's body continuously retreated. After he stabilized his body, he coldly stared at the Yellow Spring sect master. Although it was only a small exchange, the Yellow Spring sect master absolutely suppressed Dean Wuyun. Old thing, you dare to embarrass yourself with just this little bit of strength? You're really courting death. The sect master of the Akron sect sneered. An evil aura surrounded his body. He was just one step away from recovering to the profound king realm. His strength was not what Dean Wuyun could compare to at all. Today is the day you die. Hearing the Yellow Spring sect master's words, Dean Wuyun's eyes flickered. Then, he sighed. Looks like I still have to use it. As he spoke, Dean Wuyun looked at the sword in his hand. At this moment, the long sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own. It trembled non-stop and emitted a series of sword cries. At the same time, the aura of Dean Wuyun was rising rapidly. In the distance, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy saw this scene and their expressions changed greatly. The Dean is using a taboo sword technique, the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice. Damned Yellow Spring sect. Elder Han roared furiously. Even though he had broken through to the quasi-king realm, he was still no match for the Yellow Spring sect master. Dean Wuyun seemed to have thought of this long ago. His face was filled with a cold smile. Old dog of the Yellow Spring sect, you will undoubtedly die today. Just as Dean Wuyun's words left his mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly shot out a terrifying sword light. Then, the sword light merged into Dean Wuyun's body. Swish! Dean Wuyun's body was like a sharp sword. Carrying unimaginable power, he shot towards the Yellow Spring sect master. When Dean Wuyun approached him, the Yellow Spring sect master finally realized that something was amiss. His body retreated continuously. Boom! Even though the Yellow Spring sect master tried his best to defend, Dean Wuyun's attack was too powerful. It was comparable to a profound king realm expert. The Yellow Spring sect master did not manage to dodge. The long sword in Dean Wuyun's hand pierced into his body. Have you gone mad? Sensing the aura within the long sword, the Yellow Spring sect master roared madly. Soon after, he gathered all of the power in his body into the area where the sword was struck. Then, he forced the sword out. Poochie. Blood splattered across the sky. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's body was battered and exhausted. His face was pale. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Old bastard, the day I reach the profound king realm will be the day you die. After saying that, the Yellow Spring Sect Master used the blood escape technique and fled. After the Yellow Spring Sect Master fled, Dean Wuyun's body also fell from the sky. Several true martial realm experts caught him. Quickly, send the Dean back to the Five Elements Academy, the bloody spear man roared. Dean Wuyun used a forbidden sword technique and paid the price to heavily injure the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Before he fainted, he did not forget to issue an order. While the Yellow Spring Sect Master was fleeing, he took advantage of the fact that the Yellow Spring Sect Master was heavily injured to eliminate the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect in the Five Elements province. Fang Chen naturally did not know about the situation in the Five Elements province. He had been in the Sword Burial province for almost 2 years and had been diligently cultivating. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Chen's cultivation was steadily increasing through his own efforts. At this moment, on the 7th floor, Fang Chen and the others were cultivating with all their might. On a certain day a month later, a vast aura suddenly shot out from someone's body. This shocking aura startled everyone, causing them to open their eyes one after another. Zong Jian broke through. Everyone looked at Zong Jian. The shocking aura just now came from Zong Jian. Zong Jian nodded slightly and said, "I made a slight breakthrough." Hearing this, everyone was delighted. "Zong Jian, how many times can you use your strongest attack now?" The broken sword hand asked. "I can use it 6 times in a row," Zong Jian said. Hearing this, the others were overjoyed. Then, they discussed with each other and prepared to try again. "Try again," Daoist Tianhong said. At this moment, Fang Chen spoke. 8 seniors, this junior has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate, Fang Chen said. "Oh, what do you want to say?" asked the ox-nosed old Daoist. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "The Guardian is too strong. Even if Senior Zong Jian breaks through, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to defeat the Guardian." "Then what do you mean?" asked the Icefire King. Fang Chen looked around at the 8 of them and said, "The Guardian is so strong. It's impossible to fight him head-on. We should find his weakness." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the others nodded one after another as they came to a realization. Any expert would have a weakness. However, once a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, their weakness would be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's strength. So there was no such thing as a weakness. "That's right. If we can find the Guardian's weakness, we might have a chance," said Yin Feng. Not long after, they came to a conclusion and prepared to give it a try. The 9 of them arrived in front of the Guardian in a grandiose manner. "It's been a long time since someone played with me. I won't kill you easily, but every time you fail, I will kill one of you." The Guardian grinned. "Attack!" Following the Icefire King's roar, the 9 of them suddenly launched their strongest attacks. Wind Chant displayed the Blizzard Sword art. The Berserk Snowstorm instantly enveloped the gatekeeper and froze him. Before the Guardian could react, the Icefire King's Dual True Intent instantly enveloped him. Then, Broken Sword Hand, Dark Sword, Grand Sky Daoist, Ox-Nosed Old Daoist, and Great Strength Daoist all launched their strongest attacks. Rumble, in a flash, everyone's attacks had already bombarded the Guardian's body. However, they didn't break through the Guardian's defense. Whoosh! At this moment, rays of dazzling light shot out from Zong Jian's body. 6 rays of light floated in the air in a row, shaking the heavens. "Go!" Zong Jian roared and controlled the 6 rays of light to stab 6 parts of the Guardian's body. "You're courting death." At this moment, the Guardian shattered the ice and snow and said sinisterly, "Bang! Bang!" When the 6 rays of light shot towards the Guardian, they were directly blocked by the Guardian. However, at this moment, Fang Chen used the true intent of the void and silently appeared beside the Guardian. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed towards the Guardian's armpit without hesitation. Bang! After blocking the 6 rays of light, The Guardians sent Fang Chen flying with a backhand punch. Retreat. The 9 of them scattered and fled. Chapter 9-10. As soon as the gatekeeper finished speaking, he split into 9 clones and chased after the 9 people. Not good. Seeing this, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. His figure flickered as he pushed his true meaning of the void to the extreme. The gatekeeper's clones chased after Fang Chen. This gatekeeper has actually split into 9 clones. I wonder which one is the real one. Fang Chen thought to himself as he fled. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen thought that he had discovered the gatekeeper's weakness. The gatekeeper's defense was extremely strong. Even the all-out attacks of the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't break through his defense. However, Fang Chen's hidden star sword easily pierced through the gatekeeper's armpit. The gatekeeper's armpit is his weakness. Fang Chen took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to the others. However, Fang Chen continued, "Everyone, don't expose yourselves. Once the gatekeeper finds out, it will be impossible for us to launch a sneak attack." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other people who were fleeing all became extremely anxious. Then what should we do? At this moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke. The gatekeeper has used the doppelganger shadow technique. His true body's strength has been greatly weakened. This is your only chance. Ancestor, can you find the gatekeeper's true body? Fang Chen asked anxiously. At this moment, some of the clones had already caught up and were caught in a chaotic battle. The others were also extremely anxious. Bang! The gatekeeper's clone was the first to catch up to Dark Sword. He held Dark Sword in his hand and launched his strongest attack. Bang! Bang! Dark Sword and the gatekeeper's clone fought fiercely. However, everyone knew that Dark Sword was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed that one of the clones chasing Enlightened Master Tian Hong had unknowingly approached Dark Sword. Not good, the gatekeeper's target is Dark Sword. Fang Chen shouted. Immediately, he used his true meaning of the void. In the next moment, the void tore apart and he appeared in front of the gatekeeper's clone chasing Enlightened Master Tian Hong. Swoosh! The golden light dragon slaying sword pierced directly into the armpit of the Guardian's clone. A miserable shriek could be heard as the other 8 clones collapsed. The Guardian's true body, which had been stabbed by Fang Chen, instantly appeared. Die! The gatekeeper shook off Fang Chen's star-hidden sword and roared in anger. The heart of the Black Crack King. Upon hearing Fang Chen's roar, one of the 8 ultimate powerhouses flicked his wrist and the Dark Crack Monarch's heart shot towards Fang Chen. You guys go first. Fang Chen bellowed. Then, he fused the Black Split King's heart into the hidden star sword and stabbed at the Guardian once more. The Guardian's armpit was pierced, and his strength seemed to have weakened a lot. Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of void, but the Guardian was actually unable to detect the existence of Fang Chen. Swoosh! Fang Chen's star-hidden sword once again pierced into the keeper's armpit. Roar! The Guardian let out a furious roar and the aura around him instantly increased. However, the Dark Crack Monarch's heart in the star-hidden sword drilled directly into the Guardian's armpit. Hiss! The Dark Crack Monarch's heart, which contained a vast amount of power, instantly exploded. Crack! One of the Guardian's arms was directly smashed and blood splattered across the sky. He was completely enraged. All of you must die. Although the Guardian had lost one of his arms, it was still not something that the crowd could withstand. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had already arrived at the entrance of the 8th level. They glanced at Fang Chen, then gritted their teeth and entered the 8th level. Boom! Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses entered the 8th level, Fang Chen was directly sent flying by the Guardian. Die! The Guardian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a vast amount of thunderbolt energy gushed out from Fang Chen's body. Rumble! The thunderbolt energy instantly blasted towards the Guardian as if it was a real martial realm lightning tribulation. Damn it! The Guardian waved his fist to block the thunderbolt energy. Fang Chen used this time to easily enter the 8th level. At this moment, on the open space of the 8th level, the 8 ultimate powerhouses' faces were ashen and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Young friend Fang, he. Dark Sword said. This time, it's all thanks to young friend Fang, but... Swordbreaker also said. I owe young friend Fang a favor. If he doesn't die, I will definitely repay this favor, Zongjian, who had been silent all this time, said in a deep voice. That's right, the 8 of us owe young friend Fang a favor. A favor from the 8 ultimate powerhouses was extremely important. However, just as the 8 of them thought that Fang Chen was doomed, a figure suddenly rushed into the 8th level. Young friend Fang. Seeing this, the 8 of them were overjoyed and surrounded Fang Chen. Young friend Fang, are you alright? Dark Sword asked. Young friend Fang, that guardian couldn't have been killed by you, right? Daoist Tianhong asked. Young friend Fang, what happened? The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very curious as to how Fang Chen had managed to escape. Seniors, do you still remember that my entire body was covered in lightning? Fang Chen said. Of course I remember. After I destroyed the Guardian's life gate, I directly activated the Thunderbolt energy and blocked the Guardian for a moment before I entered the 8th level. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses all nodded. The Guardian of the 7th level was too strong. It was simply impossible to defeat him. Young friend Fang, no matter what, we owe you a favor this time. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask, Wind Chant said. The other 7 also nodded heavily. Hearing this, Fang Chen revealed a trace of a smile. If I have any trouble in the future, I will have to trouble you 8 seniors. Fang Chen cupped his hands. The 8 of them laughed heartily. After the 8 of them entered the 8th level, the experts of the second group finally entered the 7th level. There were only 5 people in total. As for the other quasi-kings, some had died, while others had been trapped. At this moment, Lu Jingyun and the others' auras were incomparably terrifying. As expected of the god-burying sword prison. Tuoba Yulong grinned. They had all obtained important inheritances from the previous level. Lu Jingyun's strength had already reached the quasi-king realm. As for Tuoba Yulong, Liu Wudao, Dugu Yun, and Sichu Hong, they were a bit weaker, but their cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. Perhaps they would really be able to step into the profound king realm this time. Quickly find the entrance to the next level. Lu Jingyun's goal was very simple. He wanted to follow the footsteps of the 8 ultimate powerhouses and then fight alongside them. With their current strength, they were qualified to join hands with the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Not long after, everyone discovered the gatekeeper. The Guardian only had one arm. Blood was constantly flowing out from under his armpit. His face was pitch black, as if he had been heavily injured. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Jingyun and the others stared warily at the Guardian. You humans, quickly leave, the gatekeeper said coldly. He's injured. Let's join hands and charge over. Lu Jingyun said. Indeed, as Lu Jingyun had guessed, the Guardian was heavily injured. The Black Crack King's heart was a fatal blow. When the Black Crack King's heart was heavily injured, his strength was still at the profound king realm. But after such a long time, his strength had been declining. At this moment, he was actually unable to resist the combined attack of Lu Jingyun and the others. Bang! Lu Jingyun sent the Guardian flying with a slash of his sword. Then, the 5 of them quickly entered the 8th level. Damned humans. Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill all of you. Seeing this, the Guardian roared furiously. On the 8th level, Fang Chen and the others were adjusting their condition. They had gone through a fierce battle on the 7th level and had expended a lot of energy. They didn't know what dangers awaited them on the 8th level, so they had to be careful. Lu Jingyun and the others entered the 8th level and instantly discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. It's the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Lu Jingyun's face was filled with joy. Liu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong were also very excited. They had finally caught up to the 8 ultimate powerhouses. But at this moment, Dugu Yun and Sichu Hong's faces were filled with shock. Brother Fang, why is he here? Hearing the two's shocked voices, Lu Jingyun and the others' gazes all turned to Fang Chen. Chapter 9:11. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were surprised to see Fang Chen here. However, he was only slightly surprised for a moment before he greeted the 8 ultimate contenders. Greetings, seniors. The 8 ultimate contenders were of great seniority and had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Even a monster like Lu Jingyun had to be extremely respectful when facing the 8 ultimate contenders. The 8 ultimate contenders nodded slightly when they saw Lu Jingyun and the other 4. The 5 of them had great potential and would definitely surpass the 8 of them in the future. Since all of you are here, let's go together, Tianhong Spiritual Master said. After the battle with the gatekeeper of the 7th level, the 8 ultimate contenders were even more cautious. Now that Lu Jingyun and the other 4 had joined them, their overall strength had increased. After chatting for a while, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 officially joined the team of the 8 ultimate contenders. At this time, the number of people in the team increased from 9 to 14. Among them, the other 13 warriors were all at LV9 of the true martial realm. Only Fang Chen was at LV5 of the true martial realm. However, even the 8 ultimate contenders did not dare to underestimate Fang Chen. His space-related true meaning was extremely terrifying and his combat strength was also extraordinary. What dangers are there in the 8th level? Lu Jingyun asked after chatting for a while. In his opinion, since the 8 of them were the first to enter the 8th level, they should know the situation here. We haven't been here for long and haven't had the time to explore. Ox-nosed old Daoist grinned. Since everyone is here, let's start exploring the 8th level, Zongjian said. Everyone nodded. In the end, the 13 of them walked side by side and explored the entire 8th level. The 8th level of the God-Burying Sword prison was extremely spacious. Even with the speed of the 8 ultimate contenders, it took them 3 days to complete the exploration. After 3 days, the 8 ultimate contenders gathered at the center of the 8th level. The entrance to the 9th level was close at hand here. The 8 ultimate contenders looked at each other and their eyes were filled with surprise. There's no one in the 8th level. Darksword was the first to speak. He possessed the true meaning of darkness, and within the God-Burying Sword prison, his perception surpassed that of other infinite powerhouses. However, no matter how he probed, he was unable to detect anything. It's too strange. There are no corpses or living creatures. Sword Master Folded was shocked. Starting from the 1st level, every level would more or less contain the resentment of some creatures or powerful beings. However, there was no one on the 8th floor, which shocked them to the core. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 appeared. What did you find? Wind Chant asked softly. Senior Yin Feng, the 5 of us didn't find anything. Lu Jingyun cupped his hands and replied. As expected, the faces of the 8 ultimate contenders turned solemn when they heard this. The more it was like this, the stranger they felt. Not only were there no living creatures, but there were also no inheritances. It was as if the 8th level did not belong to the God-Burying Sword prison. After thinking for a while, the Icefire Monarch suddenly said, "Why do we care so much? Since the 8th floor is empty, let's go directly to the 9th floor. This way, we'll be closer to the 10th floor." Hearing the Icefire King's words, the others were also moved. Their goal was the 10th floor of the God-Burying Sword prison. As long as they could enter the 10th floor, they would be able to obtain the legendary Heart of Shentian. With the Heart of Shentian, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Shentian realm. That's right. Our goal is the Heart of Shentian. Since there are no obstacles here, there's no need to waste time. Daoist Vigor said. The others nodded heavily. Zongjian took the lead and prepared to enter the entrance of the 9th floor. However, right at this moment, Sword Master Folded suddenly realized that Fang Chen was no longer there. Hey, little friend Fang hasn't returned yet. Hearing Hand of Broken Swordsman's words, everyone realized this point and their faces were immediately filled with doubt. With little friend Fang's speed, he should have arrived here long ago. Why is there no sign of him? Daoist Tianhong asked doubtfully. Could it be that little friend Fang found some inheritance? Sword Master Folded said in a deep voice. Should we wait for little friend Fang? Zongjian asked. Let's wait. After all, if it wasn't for Fang Chen, they would definitely not have been able to step into the 8th floor safely. Now that Fang Chen had not appeared, how could they just leave like that? After the 8 ultimate powerhouses discussed, They decided to wait for Fang Chen for 3 days. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 basically had no right to speak. Time passed by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Fang Chen still did not appear. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, the 8 ultimate powerhouses decided to look for Fang Chen. The 8 ultimate powerhouses exerted all their strength and spread out in the vast space of the 8th floor to look for Fang Chen. After another 3 days, the 8 ultimate powerhouses returned one after another. Each of them was shaking their heads. Fang Chen had disappeared. They had searched every nook and cranny of the 8th floor, but they couldn't find him. What's going on? Where did little friend Fang go? Sword Master Folded asked in a deep voice. Could it be that little friend Fang entered some ruins and blocked our soul search? Dark Sword said. The others looked at each other and then shook their heads. Seniors, what should we do next? Lu Jingyun asked. Zong Jian said, I believe that little friend Fang must have entered some ruins and is temporarily isolated from the outside world. With little friend Fang's strength, he should have no problem protecting himself. Right now, even if we are here, we can't help much. Let's enter the 9th floor. When little friend Fang comes out, he will look for us. Everyone agreed with Zong Jian's words. In the end, the 13 warriors entered the 9th floor in a single file. Indeed, just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses had guessed, Fang Chen had entered a magical area that was isolated from the outside world. That day, when Fang Chen separated from the other powerhouses, he explored the 8th floor. Unknowingly, he came to a strange place. Why was this place strange? This was a canyon. The canyon was filled with lush greenery and was filled with small grasses. From the outside, this looked like an ordinary canyon. However, Fang Chen had entered the canyon as if he was possessed. When he entered the canyon, he realized that the canyon was isolated from the outside world. What he saw outside was an illusion. Rumble. The entire canyon was bathed in lightning. Above the canyon, there were thick thunderclouds. Under these thunderclouds, majestic lightning dragons were constantly swimming. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the lightning dragons swimming in the thunderclouds. The aura released by the lightning dragons made Fang Chen feel oppressed. The strength of this lightning dragon is already comparable to the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, right? Fang Chen looked at the sky and said in a deep voice. Boom. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a lightning dragon as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds and swooped down. With a boom, it directly hit Fang Chen's body. Lightning radiated in all directions, and Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense lightning power. It hurts. Fang Chen couldn't help but say. Fortunately, he had activated the sword body. Otherwise, the power of the lightning dragon would have been enough to injure him. Hiss. Countless lightning power quickly drilled into Fang Chen's body. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen suddenly sensed that his strength was actually increasing as the power of the lightning entered his body. Fang Chen looked at his own body with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, the only spiritual spiral in his Dantian Sea of Qi was constantly expanding and spinning crazily. The lightning power that drilled into his body entered the spiritual spiral one after another. Rumble. Above the sky, within the thunderclouds, countless lightning dragons were swimming crazily, as if they would give Fang Chen a fatal blow at any time. The spiritual spiral was still expanding, and in the end, it occupied the entire Sea of Qi. At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he stared at the spiritual spiral. Splash! Under his gaze, a pool of water appeared in the spiritual spiral that occupied the entire Sea of Qi. What is this? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Chapter 9:12. The spiritual spiral expanded and occupied the entire Sea of Qi. Rich spiritual qi instantly filled the air. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that a pool had appeared in his spiritual spiral. This pool was suspended above the spiritual spiral and water flowed out of it continuously. Fang Chen looked at the pool in surprise. He did not know what had happened to his spiritual spiral. However, what happened next shocked Fang Chen even more. Boom! A terrifying thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chen. This time, Fang Chen did not feel any pressure at all. The thunder dragon collapsed immediately. After that, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that after the thunder dragon dissipated, it turned into a dense thunderbolt energy and actually all entered the pool. Boom! The water in the pool had absorbed the power of thunder. Thunder pool! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. No one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. How could this be? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. When did a thunder pool appear in his spiritual spiral? He had thought that it was just an ordinary pool. However, when the power of thunder after the thunder dragon collapsed entered the pool, it caused a complete change in the pool. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the water in the pool in his spiritual spiral was formed by thunder. Could it be that the legend is true? Just as Fang Chen was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded. It was full of surprise. "Ancestor, do you recognize this thunder pool?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were some extremely talented martial artists who could trigger the 12th tribulation when they crossed the thunder tribulation of the real martial realm. Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice, every martial artist who crossed the 12th tribulation would have a thunder pool hidden in their spiritual spiral. What? It was hidden in my spiritual spiral when I crossed the 12th tribulation? Fang Chen was shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation of an ancient martial artist is already extremely heaven-defying. During the tribulation, the heavens and earth will lose their color. The associated thunder pool of the 12th heaven tribulation will also quietly enter the ancient martial artist's spiritual spiral. Some martial artists cannot activate the thunder pool even if they have it. However, some martial artists can activate it easily. Any martial artist who can activate the thunder pool will have his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was completely astonished. He looked inwardly at the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral and could not calm down for a long time. The 12th tribulation was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. This thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth in legends. Boom! While Fang Chen was talking with Ancestor Bronze, countless thunder dragons bombarded him. However, Fang Chen did not have any intuition because the lightning pool was completely activated, automatically absorbing the power of the lightning dragon. That terrifying lightning dragon that was comparable to a 6-9 or even a 9-9 lightning tribulation was actually unable to harm Fang Chen at all. If there was an almighty present, he would definitely be shocked. This is an excellent opportunity. Perhaps you can use this thunder pool to enter the mysterious king realm, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Even he had never seen a thunder pool before. This was the first time he had seen one. The thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth. The appearance of the thunder pool meant that he was blessed by the heavens. This was an opportunity. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at LV5 true martial realm, he could not be judged by common sense with the thunder pool. What should I do? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. If what Ancestor Bronze said was true and the thunder pool could help him enter the mysterious king realm, it would be great. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stand in the center of the thunderclouds, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and went to the center of the canyon. At this time, the thunder pool was fully activated. Countless thunder dragons above the canyon were spinning wildly. Boom! Streaks of lightning dragons continuously bombarded Fang Chen's body. However, what was strange was that such a terrifying attack could not even leave a scratch on Fang Chen's clothes. As the thunder dragons bombarded Fang Chen continuously, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral emitted a majestic power of thunder, which transformed Fang Chen's body. In the past, Fang Chen had experienced the thunder body tempering, but this time was the most shocking. Lightning dragons rained down from the sky. Fang Chen did not know how much time had passed. In short, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength was increasing. It seemed that his cultivation was about to break through the bottleneck. Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw this. A martial artist who has passed the 12th heaven tribulation is indeed incredible. This thunder pool is definitely a rare treasure. Half a month later, the thunder dragons in the sky suddenly became stronger and their strength increased several times. The power of the thunder dragons increased to the level of the 99 thunder tribulation. For half a month, Fang Chen had been bombarded by the thunder dragons. His physical body had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. He was not far from the legendary sacred level. At this time, the power of the thunder dragons increased. Fang Chen was looking forward to it. Come on. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he roared. Boom. The power of the 99 thunder tribulation was very terrifying. When it bombarded Fang Chen's body, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral spun even more wildly. The rich power of thunder spread to every corner of Fang Chen's body, transforming his body. Fang Chen's bones were cracking and he felt a faint pain. However, compared to the legend of the thunder pool, this pain was nothing. After overcoming the 12th layer tribulation, it took Fang Chen until now to activate the lightning pool. He was extremely excited. Fortunately, he had come to this strange place. Otherwise, when would he be able to activate the thunder pool? After the power of the 99 thunder tribulation bombarded Fang Chen for half a month, the power of the thunder dragons finally increased again. The power of the 12th heaven tribulation. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. He was extremely excited. Boom. Above the canyon, in the thunderclouds, hundreds of thunder dragons gathered together and turned into a thunder dragon that was several feet thick. Its aura was very terrifying. This thunder dragon suddenly swooped down and bombarded Fang Chen's body. After feeling this aura, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed the power of the 12th heaven tribulation." The power of this thunder dragon was unprecedentedly strong. Before it bombarded Fang Chen's body, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral shot out a terrifying light and shrouded the thunder dragon. Then, it was forcibly refined. Boom. After refining only one thunder dragon, the power of thunder in the thunder pool had decreased greatly. After 2 months of lightning baptism, half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been depleted. Now that the power of the 12th heaven tribulation had appeared, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was being depleted faster and faster. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen was bathed in lightning and the thunder pool emitted a beautiful light. At this time, in the 9th level, the 13 experts were in an unprecedented crisis. Bang! Strongman Taoist cursed loudly as he killed a dark creature with a punch. They had been trapped here for 2 months and had been crazily killing the dark creatures here. Each day felt like a year. This was an array that seemed to have surpassed the category of a Dao array. Even if the 13 experts joined forces, they could not destroy it. Why are there so many dark creatures? Broken Swordsman asked. The dark creatures themselves were not strong, but there were many of them. When added together, they were very strong. The 13 powerhouses continued to kill the dark creatures within the array formation. Fortunately, it was only the few of them. If it were other quasi-kings, they would have died long ago. At this rate, we can only hold on for another month at most, and this is if the leader of the dark creatures does not appear, Tianhong spiritual master said grimly. Their situation was not good. There were many dark creatures, but the leader had not appeared. They were in imminent danger. If they couldn't break this damned formation within a month, they would all die here. Fight! Ox-nosed old Taoist roared. His clothes were tattered and his eyes were scarlet. He was clearly anxious. Bang! Bang! After a short discussion, the 13 experts continued to kill the dark creatures. At the same time, they were also studying the array's flaws. The entire 9th level was dark and filled with dark creatures. And the goal of these dark creatures was surprisingly consistent. Chapter 9:13. On the 8th level, in the Thunder Canyon. Fang Chen was still bathed in lightning. In the thunderclouds above the canyon, the power of the Thunder Dragon had been raised to its peak. The bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, which was comparable to the power of the 12th tribulation, made Fang Chen experience the scene of the 12th tribulation. Back then, he had almost died, but now, he could deal with it easily. In his Qi, in the huge spiritual spiral, the vast thunder pool was constantly emitting the power of thunder. As the power of the 12th tribulation was being consumed, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was quickly dissipating. At this time, more than half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been consumed. According to Fang Chen's estimation, if he continued to temper his body through the 12th tribulation, he would be able to last for about a month. 2 months had passed. Although his cultivation did not increase, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was constantly spreading to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. This allowed Fang Chen's power to increase rapidly. At this time, Fang Chen was very confident. After he consumed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool, even if his cultivation did not increase, he would be able to easily defeat a martial artist at LV9 genuine martial realm. Boom! In the sky above the canyon, the thunderclouds were dark. The thick thunder dragon was constantly fusing together to form an even thicker thunder dragon, which bombarded Fang Chen's body. Bathed in the thunder, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After another month, there was only a small part of the power of thunder left in the thunder pool. At this time, Fang Chen's physical strength had reached the highest level. Boom! At a certain moment, a thick lightning dragon came crashing down. When this thick thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chen's body, the latter's body emitted a bright light. Fang Chen's physical strength had reached the peak, and his aura was majestic. Is this the saint level? At this time, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and his face was full of excitement. After 3 months of continuous tempering, his physical body had finally reached the saint level. A saint-level sword body was definitely comparable to a great strength Taoist. The current Fang Chen was unprecedentedly powerful. Although his cultivation had not broken through and he was limited by the spiritual qi, Fang Chen was confident that he could kill a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm with one punch. Saint-level sword body, so powerful. When Fang Chen's sword body broke through to the sacred grade, the golden heart in his body started beating rapidly. The majestic sword qi emanating from the sword was all absorbed by the golden heart. The power of thunder in the thunder pool continued to strengthen Fang Chen's body. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to spin. Hualare's strong oppressive aura instantly spread out. The entire canyon was filled with the vast power of lightning. The thunderclouds in the sky gathered together in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen raised his eyes and stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. He was horrified. Just as Fang Chen was in shock, the majestic thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thick purple thunder dragon. Purple. Although he didn't know what the purple lightning dragon represented, Fang Chen could sense that the purple lightning dragon contained a power that made his heart palpitate. Dong. The thunder dragon swayed its body, and the space seemed to be shaking. What a powerful thunder dragon! Fang Chen thought to himself. He activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, and his defense reached the peak. Boom! At this moment, the purple lightning dragon swooped down with a loud rumble. When the purple thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chen, it directly blasted him into the ground. A large pit appeared in the center of the canyon. At this moment, the last trace of power of thunder in Fang Chen's thunder pool dissipated instantly. Huala! The huge thunder pool dissipated into Fang Chen's spiritual spiral in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spiritual spiral quickly shrank, and the qi calmed down. At this moment, Fang Chen was blasted into the ground. His clothes were tattered, and his whole body was filled with pain. It hurts. Fang Chen could not help but curse in his heart. Just now, he had activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, but he was still in such a sorry state. The power of the purple thunder dragon's attack had exceeded the power of the 12th heaven tribulation. Just as Fang Chen was about to stand up, the spiritual spiral in his qi suddenly spun at high speed. In the next moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He felt that after being stuck at LV5 of the true martial realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Am I going to break through? Rumble. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, before he could steady himself, a rumbling sound came from his body. In the next moment, the spiritual qi in his qi gushed out like a flood breaking a dam. The aura around his body rose rapidly and finally reached the peak. Huala. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through the bottleneck and reached LV6 of the true martial realm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's aura was still rising. Good preparation? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he sensed his own situation. After 3 months of baptism by the power of thunder, he had absorbed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool. At this time, his cultivation finally began to rise. Rumble. Lightning flashed around his body. The spiritual chi in his body continued to rise. In less than a minute after reaching LV6 of the true martial realm, his cultivation rose again. LV7 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. This time, he had risen by 2 realms at once. After reaching LV7 of the true martial realm, Fang Chen thought that the breakthrough would stop. However, to his surprise, the spiritual chi was still rising. It's still rising. Fang Chen was shocked. Was this the heaven-defying aspect of a 12th tribulation realm martial artist? At this moment, Fang Chen's breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. In the blink of an eye, he reached LV8 of the true martial realm. LV8 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Even old Ancestor Bronze was shocked and cried out involuntarily. It's still rising. As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, Fang Chen's cultivation rose again. LV9 of the true martial realm. From LV5 of the true martial realm to LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. No one in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could compare with this speed. This was the power of a 12th heaven tribulation warrior. After activating the thunder pool and absorbing all the power of thunder, Fang Chen's cultivation began to rise by leaps and bounds. Rumble. After reaching LV9 of the true martial realm, Fang Chen had calmed down. He was looking forward to seeing if he could break through to the mysterious king realm this time. The spiritual chi continued to rise. When it reached the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm, it finally slowed down. It's slowing down, Fang Chen said to himself. It seemed that he could not break through to the mysterious king realm this time. After another minute, the spiritual chi finally stopped rising. At this time, Fang Chen looked inside his body. The spiritual chi in his chi si was tumbling and the spiritual spirals were spinning. His body was full of power and his cultivation was fixed at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. I didn't break through to the mysterious king realm. Fang Chen said with some regret in his heart. Kid, you should be content. With your current strength, even an ordinary mysterious king realm expert is no match for you, Ancestor Bronze said. From the initial excitement to the subsequent shock, Fang Chen had calmed down. After all, he was the only warrior who had passed the 12th heaven tribulation in the past 10,000 years. It was not too exaggerated to be able to reach LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. I'm afraid that I'm the real extreme martial realm expert now, Fang Chen said. Although the previous 8 extreme martial artists were called extreme martial artists, there was still a certain gap between them and Fang Chen. After Fang Chen's cultivation reached LV9 of the true martial realm, his strength had increased comprehensively. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart was beating abnormally. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside himself and found that the golden heart was emitting rays of golden light. These rays of golden light all flowed into his soul. In the next moment, Fang Chen found that he could actually see the sword essence that filled the world around him. Chapter 9:14. After 3 months of lightning body tempering, Fang Chen had not only completely absorbed the lightning pool, but also transformed his golden heart. The more the golden heart transformed, the more powerful Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle became. After pondering for a moment, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After 3 months of hard work, he had broken through from LV5 to LV9 of the true martial realm. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Chen threw out a punch. With just the strength of his physical body, he shattered a small hill in the canyon with just one punch. Seeing this, Fang Chen withdrew his fist and nodded with satisfaction. With a sacred level sword body, I can kill a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm with just one punch. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented level, completely surpassing that of Daoist strength, one of the 8 extreme experts. If he used his spiritual chi together with his swordsmanship, he could even kill a mysterious king realm expert. Of course, only a martial artist who had just entered the mysterious king realm. After all, a mysterious King Realm expert had an indestructible physical body. Let's try the golden light dragon slaying, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he shook his wrist and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Fang Chen's body was filled with terrifying power. He then injected it into the hidden star sword. Golden sword light instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. The golden light dragon slaying was as light as a feather. In the sky, a golden sword light cut through the air and shot directly to the cliffs around the canyon. Boom! A deafening sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire canyon. Then, a crack appeared and countless stone chips fell out. Fang Chen looked at the 3-meter-wide sword mark and was quite surprised. What a strong power! Fang Chen found that his use of the golden light dragon slaying had reached the peak. It must be because of his continuous breakthroughs. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen looked at the sky with his dark eyes and said, "It's been 3 months. I wonder how the others are doing." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he stood up and left the canyon. Then, Fang Chen floated in the air and stood there, his soul instantly spreading out. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Fang Chen's face. His soul has reached the late stage of the green level. Fang Chen was quite surprised. Who would have thought that not only would he be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in his soul as well? My soul has reached the late stage of the green class, and my soul cultivation has reached the late stage of the 4th class. I can fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist with my soul cultivation alone. It's just a pity that the God Attraction art can no longer unleash its full power, Fang Chen muttered to himself. By the time his soul had reached the middle stage of the green level, the God Attraction technique was already starting to lose its power. Now that his soul had reached the late stage of green class, the God Attraction technique was completely useless. I hope I can obtain a soul cultivation method in the God Burying Sword prison, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After his soul had reached the late stage of the green class, Fang Chen's soul could instantly spread to the entire 8th level of the God Burying Sword prison. Everyone is no longer on the 8th level. They should have entered the 9th level, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the 9th level and entered the 9th level. As soon as he entered the 9th level, Fang Chen's soul scanned the area and found a terrifying array in a certain open space. Around the array, there was a black mass of dark demonic beasts. So many dark demonic beasts. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Then, he found the 8 ultimate powerhouses in the array. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Lu Jingyun's group of 5 were all injured in the array. Bang! Zhong Jian killed a dark demonic beast closest to him with one strike. He was panting. Zhong Jian, how many more times can you use your ultimate move? Spiritual Master Tianhong asked anxiously. For 3 whole months, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had taken turns to use their ultimate moves. Now, they were exhausted. As for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, they were already powerless. Their injuries were very serious. They couldn't be counted on. If it weren't for the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 would have died long ago. I can still use it one more time. Zhong Jian clenched his teeth and said. Zhong Jian, let's try again, said Spiritual Master Tianhong. Hearing that, the other powerhouses nodded. This was their last chance. If they couldn't break the array, they would definitely die here. Okay, let's attack together, said Handbreaker. His eyes were scarlet. He had already entered a state of madness. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the Icefire Monarch and Wind Chant joined forces and a violent snowstorm appeared within the array formation. Then, the countless dark demonic beasts that rushed over were all frozen. In the next moment, Spiritual Master Tianhong used the Heavenly Greatsword art. With a slash of his sword, countless sword lights instantly killed a large number of dark demonic beasts. Handbreaker went crazy and tore apart the dark demonic beasts with his bare hands. Daoist Vigor activated all the strength in his body. Wherever his fist passed, the frozen dark demonic beasts instantly exploded and died. Ox-nosed Old Daoist and Dark Sword were also attacking the dark demonic beasts with all their strength. In a flash, all the dark demonic beasts that entered the array were killed. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Zong Jian. Kill! Zong Jian roared. The aura around him rose to the peak. In the next moment, 6 brilliant lights appeared in succession from his body. Rumble! These 6 brilliant lights emitted a terrifying radiance as they heavily bombarded the Peerless Formation. Dong! The Peerless Formation wobbled, but it eventually stabilized. On the other hand, the 6 brilliant rays of light from the Zong Jian instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the 13 people's faces instantly darkened. Are we going to die here? Daoist Vigor suddenly punched out and roared at the sky. He was unwilling to accept this. The others also sighed one after another, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Give up. Inside the array, a large number of dark demonic beasts once again rushed into the array. Zong Jian's face was extremely pale. His body was weak and he directly gave up resisting. No, we will never give up. Handbreaker had completely gone crazy. His eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly. Hearing Handbreaker's roar, the others were slightly moved. That's right. We are ultimate powerhouses. Even if we die, we will die standing. Perfected Tian Hong gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the atmosphere in the array was very solemn. The 13 powerhouses were unafraid of death. Son of AB****, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Daoist Vigor killed a dark demonic beast with a punch and laughed wildly. At this moment, Fang Chen was flying over quickly. They can't hold on any longer. Fang Chen was also very anxious. At this moment, he was moving forward at his fastest speed. However, halfway through his flight, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's too late. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, the hidden star sword appeared. Fang Chen's aura rose to the peak and he instantly performed the golden light dragon slaying. This time, Fang Chen performed the most powerful golden light dragon slaying. Whoosh! After the golden light dragon slaying was performed, it instantly tore the space apart. Countless golden lights turned into a golden sword light and shot into the array at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. In the array, the 13 powerhouses were unable to resist. Seeing the large number of dark demonic beasts in front of them, their hearts were filled with sorrow. Ah! At this moment, Daoist Vigor suddenly screamed in agony. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a dark demonic beast biting Daoist Vigor's arm. If Daoist Vigor's physical body had not reached the sacred level, his arm would have been broken. Vigor! The other 7 ultimate powerhouses roared and rushed towards Daoist Vigor in an attempt to save him. However, it was too late. Daoist Vigor had also given up. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Swoosh! Just when everyone was in despair, a shocking golden sword light suddenly pierced through the array and exploded in the array. Rumble! All the dark demonic beasts in the array exploded and died. Even the dark demonic beasts outside the array were momentarily intimidated. The sudden turn of events shocked the 13 powerhouses. Chapter 9:15. The 13 powerhouses, who had already given up all hope, were shocked by the sudden appearance of the golden light. The power of this golden light was too tyrannical. With absolute strength, it directly killed all the dark demonic beasts that had entered the formation. Roar! However, the number of dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor was too large. After the first batch died, another batch of dark demonic beasts rushed into the array. The expressions of the 13 powerhouses changed drastically. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array roared furiously and madly rushed towards the 13 powerhouses. Whoosh! Another powerful golden sword light instantly penetrated the array and exploded within it. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array were once again annihilated. Someone has come to save us. At the sight of this, the 13 powerhouses cried out in excitement. 2 consecutive powerful golden sword lights had pulled the 13 experts back from the brink of death, causing them to be extremely excited. Whoosh! In a short period of time, Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to enter the array. Little friend Fang. Seeing Fang Chen, the faces of the 8 powerhouses were filled with excitement. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the one who would come to save them would be Fang Chen. Little friend Fang, you, Dark Sword was so shocked that he was speechless. Roar. The dark demonic beasts outside the array were crazily shouting. Fang Chen did not have time to communicate with the 13 powerhouses. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword danced violently. A golden swordlight shot out from the hidden star sword, and crazily exploded inside the array formation. Its power was so strong that it shocked the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Let me break the array. Fang Chen said softly. Then, the aura of a LV9 true martial realm instantly erupted and the golden light dragon slaying was displayed once again. Destroy. As Fang Chen unleashed his full power, the peerless formation immediately shattered into pieces. The array that had troubled the 13 powerhouses for 3 months was actually easily destroyed by Fang Chen at this moment. The 13 powerhouses were completely shocked. Fang Chen, how can he be so strong? My friend Fang's cultivation has reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Could it be that little friend Fang obtained a fortuitous opportunity? The 13 martialists were elated when they saw the peerless array shatter. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a god of war. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and continuously used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, countless dark beasts died instantly. Puchi Fang Chen was caught up in the slaughter. With his current strength, the dark demonic beasts simply couldn't approach him. The dark demonic beasts were mercilessly slaughtered by Fang Chen. In just a minute, Fang Chen had killed thousands of dark demon beasts. Roar. At a certain moment, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword, instantly killing a large number of dark demonic beasts. At that moment, a furious roar rang out. Following that, countless dark demonic beasts retreated like a tide. They retreated. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword. My friend Fang, your strength has really exceeded our expectations. Perfected Tian Hong laughed heartily. Yes, my friend Fang, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Your strength is really amazing. My friend Fang, I admire you. Zhong Jian had never praised anyone, but this time, he wasn't stingy with his praise for Fang Chen. Fang Chen had single-handedly killed a large number of dark demonic beasts. Even the 8 extreme powerhouses were ashamed of their inferiority. Perhaps only Fang Chen himself knew how strong he was. In addition to the 8 extreme powerhouses, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were also shocked. Especially Lu Jingyun, who had previously challenged Fang Chen to a battle at the Sword Burial Skywall a year later. He hadn't expected that the kid he had looked down on back then would actually surpass him in strength in such a short time. Fang Chen, I admire you. Lu Jingyun said in a deep voice. Behind Lu Jingyun, Liu Wudao, Tuoba Yulong, Du Guyun, and Sichu Hong all nodded heavily. From now on, Fang Chen was fully deserving of the title of number 1 among the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture. No one could shake his position as number 1. Even Lu Jingyun could do nothing about it. Damn humans. Just as the 8 extreme powerhouses were shocked, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Then, a huge figure instantly appeared in the sky. When the crowd looked over, they discovered that this enormous body was actually a darkness demonic beast. Dark demonic beast leader. The 8 extreme powerhouses cried out. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were also shocked. After 3 months, the leader of the dark demonic beasts finally appeared. The dark demonic beast leader looked exactly the same as an ordinary dark demonic beast, but its body was much larger. This dark demonic beast leader stood on the ground, its dark eyes emitting a terrifying light. The aura around it made everyone feel extremely stifled. Damn humans. The dark demonic beast leader roared furiously. As soon as Lu Jingyun and the others had entered the 9th floor, the dark demonic beast leader had already known. It had sent its subordinates to kill these humans. But it hadn't expected that this human cultivator would cause so much damage to its subordinates. All of you, die, roared the dark demonic beast leader. The dark demonic beast leader's strength is comparable to a profound king. We're not its match, said Dark Sword. That's right. We can't fight it head-on. If we work together, we might have a chance, said Broken Sword. Hearing the words of the 8 ultimate powerhouses, The leader of the dark demonic beasts sneered and said disdainfully, "You think you can escape from me with your strength?" The dark demonic beast leader didn't place them in its eyes at all. Fang Chen turned to look at them and said, "Leave it to me. Young friend Fang, don't be rash. Young friend Fang, the dark demonic beast leader is extremely powerful. You can't fight it head-on." In their eyes, Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying. If he didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would be limitless. There was no need to fight the dark demonic beast leader head-on. However, Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm confident." Then, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around and took a step forward, staring at the dark demonic beast leader. "You're the dark demonic beast leader on the 9th floor?" asked Fang Chen. "That's right. I control all the dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor, said the dark demonic beast leader. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he asked, "Then if I kill you, will I be able to enter the 10th floor? Kill me? That's the funniest joke I've heard in all these years," sneered the dark demonic beast leader. "With your cultivation of the 9th stage of the true martial realm?" Obviously, the dark demonic beast leader looked down on Fang Chen. It didn't think that Fang Chen could defeat it. Fang Chen had already gotten his answer from the dark demonic beast leader's words. If he killed the dark demonic beast leader, there wouldn't be any danger on the 9th floor. Since that's the case, let's fight. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the dark demonic beast leader snorted and the aura around its body rose to the extreme. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared above the dark demonic beast leader's head. Then, he used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Poochie! The dark demonic beast leader clenched its claws into fists and resisted with all its strength. With a bang, the golden light dragon slaying sword was blocked. Fang Chen's figure jumped back to the ground. "Your strength is only SOSO, said the dark demonic beast leader with a grin. Its smile was filled with cruelty. In the next moment, the dark demonic beast leader rushed towards Fang Chen. An extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the area. At this moment, Fang Chen also withdrew the hidden star sword and activated his saint-level sword body. Bang! Fang Chen punched out and directly hit the dark demonic beast leader's body, instantly sending the dark demonic beast leader's body flying. Saint-level physical body. Seeing this scene, Daoist Li, who was at the side, cried out involuntarily. His heart was filled with shock. He had cultivated for thousands of years and his physical body had barely reached the saint level. However, Fang Chen's physical body had not reached the saint level 3 months ago. In 3 months, his physical body had reached the saint level. Even Daoist Da Li was shocked by his talent. "This child's talent is too heaven-defying," said Zongjian in a deep voice. The other extreme powerhouses also nodded. Chapter 9:16. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's fists continued to land on the dark demonic beast leader's body. With Fang Chen's current strength, even an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm wouldn't be able to block his punches. However, this dark demonic beast leader wasn't an ordinary Mystic King realm martial artist. It was a dark creature. After several punches, the dark demonic beast leader finally stopped charging at Fang Chen. Instead, it stared at Fang Chen with its scarlet eyes. "Brat, your physical strength is very strong. However, it's impossible for you to break through my defense," the dark demonic beast leader coldly said. In the next instant, a black aura appeared around the dark demonic beast leader's body. Its strength was raised to its peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen once again threw out a punch. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and executed the golden light dragon slaying. Combined with the true meaning of the void, he directly charged at the dark demonic beast leader. The following battle caused the 13 people to be stupefied. Poochie! Every time a sword light cut through the sky, a sword mark would appear on the dark demonic beast leader's body. In just a short hour, the dark demonic beast leader was already unable to block Fang Chen's attacks. The dark demonic beast leader was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. "Ah!" The dark demonic beast leader roared. It was unwilling to accept that it was actually suppressed by a puny human martial artist. "I want you to die." The dark demonic beast leader executed a taboo technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression slightly changed. Then, he executed the true meaning of the void. His figure flickered endlessly. Just as the dark demonic beast leader's taboo technique was about to touch Fang Chen, the aura of the true meaning of the void flickered. Then, a trace of a strange aura silently appeared. The next scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Only he knew that when the dark demonic beast leader's attack was about to touch him, it actually paused for a short moment. It was this short pause that gave Fang Chen the opportunity to execute a fatal attack. Whoosh! The strongest golden light dragon slaying directly struck the dark demonic beast leader's head. Crack! The dark demonic beast leader's head was instantly split into 2 halves, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Dead! The 13 martial artists all exclaimed in shock. The leader of the dark demonic beasts was a dark creature at the Mystic King realm, and it was actually killed by Fang Chen with a single strike. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. This is a true expert at the limit of the true martial realm. A trace of a complicated expression appeared on Wind Yin's face as he muttered to himself. The other ultimate contenders shook their heads as well. What a joke! They actually claimed to be at the limit of the true martial realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were nothing. The current Fang Chen was truly invincible in the genuine martial realm. With a flick of the hidden star sword, the dark demonic beast leader's heart instantly appeared. Then, the little mouse swallowed it in one gulp. At this time, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to look at the 13 people. The 13 people finally woke up and praised Fang Chen one after another. Little friend Fang, your potential makes this old man admire you. Only now did they realize the potential of the number 1 expert on the buried sword heavenly wall list. How monstrous was he? Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The dark sword told Fang Chen everything that happened after Fang Chen disappeared and then came to the 9th floor. Little friend Fang, how did your strength increase so quickly? Suddenly, the broken sword hand asked. The others looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. They also wanted to know how Fang Chen's strength increased so quickly. Fang Chen smiled faintly and brushed it off with one sentence. By chance, I obtained a sliver of opportunity. Everyone saw that Fang Chen didn't want to say, so they didn't ask anymore. After learning about Fang Chen's strength, everyone was overjoyed. With little friend Fang's strength, it should be easy to enter the 10th floor and get the heart of Shentian, the ox-nosed old Daoist said with a smile. Yes, little friend Fang is comparable to a low-level Shentian king with a cultivation of LV9 true martial realm. You're really amazing, the Icefire King said with a smile. This time, if not for little friend Fang, I'm afraid we would have died here, Tianhong spiritual master said. Hearing this, the others nodded and said, Little friend Fang, we owe you a favor. If you need anything, just tell us. Fang Chen also grinned. Because they had been in a difficult situation for the past 3 months, the 13 people had more or less injuries. In the following time, the 13 people began to cultivate and recover from their injuries. As for Fang Chen, he was waiting quietly. It wouldn't be too late to enter the 10th floor after they were all healed. There were a total of 18 floors in the buried Godsword prison. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. More fighting power meant more hope. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that after cultivating for half a month, Zong Jian was the first to break through the bottleneck and reach the Shentian King realm. I finally broke through. Zong Jian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to reach the Shentian King realm after experiencing life and death. Originally, Zong Jian had already given up and was prepared to go to the 10th floor to seize the heart of Shentian and step into the Shentian King realm. He didn't expect to break through this time. Congratulations, Senior Zong Jian. Fang Chen cupped his hands and congratulated him. The others were cultivating, and only Fang Chen knew about Zong Jian's breakthrough. At this moment, Zong Jian's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen and said, Little friend Fang, I want to fight with you. Zong Jian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After stepping into the Shentian King realm, he believed that he was qualified to fight with Fang Chen. Moreover, Zong Jian was very bellicose. You're not a match for my boss, the little mouse said on Fang Chen's shoulder. Okay, I promise you. Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse jumped to the side and watched the battle between the two. Little friend Fang, I'm going to attack. Zong Jian said in a deep voice, and then the aura around him instantly rose to the extreme. Is this the aura of the Shen-Tian King realm? The Shen-Tian King realm and the true martial realm had a fundamental difference. If one wanted to step into the Shen-Tian King realm, one had to fuse their physical body with their Dharma power. At this moment, Zong Jian's body was emitting a resplendent light. This was the symbol of the Shen-Tian King realm, an indestructible physical body. After the physical body fused with the Dharma power, it formed an indestructible physical body. Even if it was shattered by the enemy, it could be reconstructed in the shortest amount of time. Of course, even a Shen-Tian King realm expert wouldn't be able to reconstruct his physical body if he was killed in one move by a top-notch almighty, causing his soul to be severely injured. Ancestor Bronze was such an example. It was also Fang Chen's first time fighting a Shen-Tian King realm expert. Boom! Zong Jian didn't use his ultimate move. Instead, he used his physical strength to attack Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated his saint-level sword body, gathered his power on his fist, and punched out. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided with each other. The vast power instantly spread out, causing the entire ground to tremble. Fang Chen and Zong Jian both retreated a few steps. Little friend Fang, your strength is really powerful. If I wasn't at the Shen-Tian King realm, I wouldn't be your match. Zong Jian said directly. Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. Next, Zong Jian once again used a tyrannical attack. However, Fang Chen was able to deal with it smoothly. The battle lasted for an hour. After a failed attack, Zong Jian finally stopped attacking. I'm not fighting anymore. Zong Jian's face was filled with helplessness as he said directly. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Zong Jian. In this battle, Zong Jian didn't use his ultimate move, but Fang Chen didn't either. The more they fought, the more Zong Jian knew that Fang Chen's strength was too terrifying. Although there was no clear victor, Zong Jian believed that he had lost. 3 days after the battle, Yin Feng was the first to wake up. Hey, Zong Jian, you've broken through to the Shen-Tian King realm. Yin Feng's face was filled with envy as he asked. Zong Jian nodded in response. After Yin Feng woke up, the other ultimate powerhouses also woke up one after another. When everyone found out that Zong Jian had broken through to the Shen-Tian King realm, they were all envious. Zong Jian, congratulations. I didn't expect you to break through first. Zong Jian's breakthrough has increased the strength of our team again. I feel that I've also touched the threshold of the Shen-Tian King realm. I only need an opportunity to break through. I feel that my Dharma idol and physical body have already begun to fuse. The few ultimate contenders chatted amongst themselves. They were all very happy. However, at this moment, Handbreaker's eyes suddenly flickered as he asked, Zong Jian, your cultivation has reached the Shen-Tian King realm. Should you fight with little friend Fang? Chapter 9:17. Everyone present had lived for a long time. When they saw Zong Jian's expression, they guessed it. Zong Jian, could it be that you've competed with little friend Fang? Dark Sword grinned and said. Looking at Zong Jian's expression, not only did he compete, he even lost. Swordbreaker laughed loudly. The others also looked at Zong Jian. The latter lowered his head and turned to leave. Seeing Zong Jian's departing figure, everyone laughed. Only Fang Chen could make Zong Jian so sullen. Zong Jian's cultivation had reached the mysterious king realm, so everyone was in a good mood. Since everyone has recuperated, let's head to the 10th floor, Daoist Tianhong suddenly said. Hearing Daoist Tianhong's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly and became solemn. The heart of mystic heaven was on the 10th floor. Once they obtained it, they would have hope of stepping into the mysterious king realm and wouldn't have to worry about the end of their lifespan. The 10th floor. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. The 9th floor is so dangerous. I think the 10th floor must be incomparably dangerous, someone said. The others also nodded. However, since they had already reached the 9th floor, They had to enter the 10th floor no matter what. For safety's sake, everyone enter the 10th floor. Don't go too far. Once you encounter danger, retreat to the 9th floor immediately, Windchant said slowly. The heart of mystic heaven is right in front of us. We have to get it no matter what. Daoist Da Li clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Then, the group of people walked together. There was no longer any danger on the huge 9th floor. As for the inheritance treasure on the 9th floor, under the temptation of the heart of mystic heaven, everyone no longer cared about it. Crash. In the quiet 10th floor, 14 figures suddenly appeared. Fang Chen and Zong Jian were in the lead, while the other powerhouses followed behind. Among the crowd, Fang Chen and Zong Jian were the strongest. With the two of them leading the way, it was safer. Is this the 10th floor? Fang Chen looked around and said in a low voice. His soul spread out and instantly scanned the entire 10th floor. Yes. Fang Chen discovered that his soul couldn't cover the entire 10th floor. This also meant that the space on the 10th floor was several times stronger than the 9th floor. There's no danger for the time being, Fang Chen and Zong Jian said at the same time. Be careful. The swordsman said. The group of 14 people quickly moved forward. Soon, they discovered a strange place. There seems to be the resentment of a dead almighty here, Zong Jian suddenly said. Just as Zong Jian finished speaking, the resentment of an almighty figure suddenly appeared from the ground and attacked everyone. Swish. The golden light dragon slaying was deployed. Instantly, a single attack cleaved down on the resentful spirit of the almighty. Catcher. The resentment of the almighty immediately dissipated. At this moment, a crack appeared on the ground, and the remains of an almighty appeared. The remains of a powerful existence. Seeing this, the teachers and students cried out. Of course, what shocked everyone was not the remains of the almighty being, but the heart of Shentian. At that moment, there was a resplendent heart-shaped object floating in the remains of the almighty. It was emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement when they saw this scene. The heart of Shentian. I didn't expect to encounter the heart of Shentian so soon. The 8 extreme powerhouses laughed crazily. Fang Chen also stared at the heart of Shentian. The heart of Shentian condensed from the death of a Shentian king was actually like this. Crash. Zong Jian shook his wrist, and the remains of the almighty shattered. Then, he grabbed the heart of Shentian. Who wants this heart of Shentian? Among the 14 people present, other than Zong Jian, the heart of Shentian was tempting to everyone else. Hearing Zong Jian's question, the others looked at each other. Seniors, our time is coming soon. The 5 of us won't get involved, Lu Jingyun said. Liu Wudao, Tuoba Yulong, and the others also nodded. Although the heart of Shentian was incomparably precious, the 8 extreme powerhouses had priority. Little friend Fang has contributed the most to entering the 10th floor. This heart of Shentian shall belong to little friend Fang, the only female powerhouse, Yin Feng said. Hearing this, the other powerhouses nodded. Little friend Fang, the heart of Shentian shall belong to you, said Swordbreaker. Fang Chen shook his head. It won't take long for me to reach the Shentian King realm. I'll leave it to the 7 seniors. Hearing this, the 7 of them were moved. They were quite touched by Fang Chen's words. In the end, after some discussion, the 7 of them gave the heart of Shentian to the oldest of the 8 extreme powerhouses, Dark Sword. Dark Sword, your time is earlier than ours. This heart of Shentian shall belong to you. Once you reach the Shentian King realm, help us obtain even more hearts of Shentian, said Daoist Tianhong. Dark Sword didn't say anything else. His face was filled with gratitude. Dark Sword swallowed the heart of Shentian on the spot. Immediately, resplendent light shot out from his body. Soon, Dark Sword's aura rose to the Shentian King realm. At this moment, Dark Sword opened his eyes. His face was filled with an excited smile. The 8 extreme powerhouses had already touched the threshold of the Shentian King realm. Now that he had swallowed the heart of Shentian, his physical body and Dharma idol instantly merged, allowing his cultivation to step into the Shentian King realm. The moment he stepped into the Shentian King realm, Dark Sword felt a tremor in his mind. Immediately, The feeling of impending death disappeared. I can't thank you enough. From now on, I, Dark Sword, will do my best to obtain the heart of Shen-Tian for everyone, said Dark Sword in a deep voice. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Then, they hurriedly left to find the next heart of Shen-Tian. At this moment, on a mountain peak on the 10th floor, there was a figure. This figure was wrapped in a black aura, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Interesting. You've all reached the Shen-Tian King realm, which makes me want to fight even more, said the figure eerily. It turned out that Fang Chen and the others' every move after entering the 10th floor was in the eyes of this figure. However, I can't let you have it too easy, continued the figure. Then, the figure issued an order and instantly disappeared. The 10th floor of the God-Burying Sword prison. On the 3rd day after Dark Sword broke through to the Shen-Tian King realm, everyone once again found the heart of Shen-Tian. This time, the heart of Shen-Tian was given to the only female expert, Wind Yin. Wind Yin had successfully stepped into the Shen-Tian King realm, and her strength had once again skyrocketed. The entire team was very happy. It was as if they could see everyone stepping into the Shen-Tian King realm. Continue searching. Dark Sword grinned. However, just as everyone was happy, dust suddenly flew up from the ground in the distance. An evil aura instantly spread out. There's movement. Fang Chen said in a low voice. He spread out his soul, wanting to probe, but his soul was blocked. After discovering the commotion, Wind Yin, Fang Chen, Zong Jian, and Dark Sword stood side by side at the very front. As for Hand-Broken Sword and the others, they stood at the back and stared ahead with full concentration. Rumble. The dust in the sky gradually dispersed. The evil aura corroded the ground. What's that? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Within the gradually dissipating dust, there were over 100 golden devil demonic beasts. Heavens, over 100 golden devil demonic beast. Why were they so shocked when they saw the golden devil demonic beasts? That was because the golden devil demonic beasts were immune to physical attacks. Ordinary physical attacks were unable to cause any harm to them. The only exception was a soul attack. Damn it, why are there so many golden devil demonic beasts, cursed Dark Sword? At this moment, Wind Chant acted as the temporary commander and said in a low voice, the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts are immune to physical attacks. The 4 of us will use our strongest attacks to see if we can kill the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts. The rest of you, use your soul attacks. Fang Chen and the others nodded. Over 100 Golden Devil demonic beasts rapidly charged over. Just at this moment, Wind Yin used the Storm Sword art. After reaching the Shen-Tian King realm, the Storm Sword art's power had reached its peak. With a slash of his sword, the world turned white. Countless snowflakes enveloped the Golden Devil demonic beasts and then froze them. Kill. Chapter 9:18. Wind Chant's Storm Sword technique froze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters for a short time. At the same time, the darkness intent of the Dark Sword instantly spread out. The tyrannical Dark Sword technique suddenly blasted towards the Golden Demon Clan monsters. Zong Jian's body continuously emitted 12 brilliant rays of light. Fang Chen used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. A powerful golden light rushed into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Suddenly, a large number of Golden Demon Clan monsters exploded. In the sky, countless brilliant rays of light, carrying tyrannical power, rushed into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Countless Golden Demon Clan monsters died directly. Seeing this scene, Handbreaker and the others were shocked. It wasn't that the Golden Demon Clan monsters' physical immunity wasn't strong enough, but that the attacks of Fang Chen's group were too abnormal. If it was before, Wind Chant's Storm Sword technique absolutely wouldn't have been able to freeze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters at the same time. But now, she was able to do it. As for Zong Jian, his strength had increased even more. 12 brilliant rays of light gushed out of his body, more than doubling his strength. Fang Chen's Golden Light Dragon Slaying was still incomparably sharp. After a round of joint attacks, the 4 of them had killed over 30 Golden Demon Clan monsters. Continue attacking. The 4 of them discovered that their attacks were effective against the Golden Demon Clan monsters, so they immediately continued fighting. Rumble. After 3 rounds of battle, more than half of the Golden Demon clan monsters had been killed. Soul attack. Fang Chen's group of 4 had continuously used their ultimate moves at a high intensity. They had consumed too much energy. At this moment, the Ice King roared. Immediately, the other 10 experts used their soul attacks one after another. In the sky, countless resplendent souls transformed into streaks of attacks that once again charged into the horde of Golden Demon clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon clan monsters at the front were surrounded by the 10 people's soul attacks and were instantly annihilated. The Golden Demon clan monsters at the back were still charging forward. The 10 people's soul attacks were clearly a little weak. They only killed a dozen or so Golden Demon clan monsters. There were still over 30 Golden Demon clan monsters charging towards Fang Chen's group. What should we do? Wind Yin glanced at Fang Chen and asked. The 4 of them no longer had the strength to continue using their most powerful attacks. The 30-odd Golden Devil clan monsters were a fatal blow. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "I'll trap them. You guys attack." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, his figure flashed and he appeared above the Golden Demon clan monster. With a flick of his wrist, countless light spots appeared. Array formation was set up in an instant. Dao-level arrays were considered top-notch arrays. The trapped demonic beasts of the Golden Demon clan attacked madly. "I can only maintain it for 1 minute," Fang Chen roared. When the other warriors saw this, they desperately unleashed powerful attacks to kill the Golden Demon clan's monster beasts inside the array. Bang bang bang, the demonic beasts of the Golden Devil clan were killed one by one. However, as time passed, everyone's spiritual chi was consumed too much, and they were a little overwhelmed. Soul attacks consumed too much soul power. "We can't hold on any longer," someone shouted. Bang bang, at this moment, the Dao-level array controlled by Fang Chen instantly shattered. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and waved his sword. A golden sword light slashed at the Golden Demon clan monster. Bang bang, however, to everyone's surprise, the Golden Demon clan monster did not die. Instead, it resisted Fang Chen's attack. "The consumption is too great. My attack power is no longer enough to break through the Golden Demon clan's defense," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression changed greatly. They did not expect to encounter such a terrifying Golden Demon clan monster on the 10th floor. "What should we do?" Everyone's expression was gloomy as they coldly said. Whoosh! The little mouse's figure appeared in an instant. "Boss, I haven't fought in a long time. Let me do it. Be careful." Seeing the little mouse blocking the path of the Golden Demon clan monsters, Fang Chen reminded him. Roar! Facing the remaining dozen or so Golden Demon clan monsters, the little mouse did not show the slightest fear. With a loud roar, a purple light appeared around its body. Then a huge purple rat phantom condensed behind it. An innate ability. A wild attractive force instantly enveloped the dozen or so Golden Demon clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, but they could not resist this terrifying attractive force. More than 10 demonic beasts roared in fear, but they could not change their fate. Voila! Under the little mouse's terrifying innate ability, the Golden Demon clan monsters were unable to resist at all. They were all sucked into the purple rat phantom's bloody mouth. Crack! Just like that, the Golden Demon clan monsters that made everyone feel helpless were easily swallowed by the little mouse. The atmosphere in the sky returned to normal. The wasteland was completely silent. It was as if the Golden Demon clan monsters had never appeared. All the cultivators stared dumbstruck at the little mouse. It swallowed the Golden Demon clan monsters just like that. Lu Jingyun and the others were shocked. Only the 8 extreme powerhouses could see that the little mouse was using an innate ability. An innate ability. Little friend Fang's spirit pet actually has such a heaven-defying innate ability. Daoist Tianhong sighed. Little friend Fang, your spirit pet is too overbearing. With little friend Fang's spirit pet, we don't have to be afraid of the Golden Demon clan monsters anymore. The ox-nosed old Daoist grinned. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. The more heaven-defying an innate ability, the greater the restriction. It can't continuously use its innate ability, Fang Chen explained. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded in agreement. They also knew that the more heaven-defying a monster was, the greater the restriction. The little mouse's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be invincible? In a way, the heavens were fair. Of course, this fairness was based on a certain foundation. The monstrous beasts from the Golden Demon clan suddenly appeared. Is there a leader in the 10th layer as well? Zhong Jian suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They hadn't thought about this at all, but now they finally realized the danger. Doesn't that mean that we can encounter Golden Demon clan monsters at any time? Swordbreaker said in a deep voice. Hundreds of demonic beasts from the Golden Demon clan appeared at once. Even their team was a little afraid of this number. No matter what, the most important thing for us now is to increase our strength. As long as all of us reach the Mystic King realm, even if we encounter Golden Demon clan monsters and can't fight them, we can safely return to the 9th floor, the Icefire King said. The others agreed with the Icefire King's words. Immediately, everyone stopped chatting and quickly moved forward in search of the heart of Shentian. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, the figure shrouded in an evil aura looked into the distance as if he could see the void. After a long time, a sinister smile came from his mouth. Interesting. This is interesting. Fang Chen and the others were very fast. In 6 hours, they found a heart of Shentian. This heart of Shentian was given to the Icefire King. The reason why it was given to the Icefire King was because the Icefire King's true intent of ice and fire combined with the Blizzard Sword technique could make the freezing effect even stronger. At this time, there were already 4 Mystic King realm experts in the small team. There was also Fang Chen, who was not weaker than a Mystic King realm expert. The team's combat power was also steadily increasing. As for the first 9 floors, because the team of 8 ultimate powerhouses was leading the way, there was no danger at all. They were able to enter the deeper levels of the God-Burying Sword prison without facing too much danger. The God-Burying Sword prison had been open for almost a year, and there were countless deaths and injuries during this time. Up until now, most of the warriors had perished here. Only a few warriors were still persevering. However, just as the remaining Quasi-Kings were about to continue their advance, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, danger shrouded them. In an area filled with resentment on the 6th floor, a voice sounded. I didn't expect to wake up after being asleep for so many years. As soon as this voice sounded, it discovered some human warriors. These ants have disturbed me. A shocking giant hand suddenly appeared and pressed down. Instantly, countless miserable shrieks rang out. The remaining Quasi-Kings on the first 9 levels were all annihilated by this gigantic hand, their souls dissipating into nothingness. After all this, the ground shook and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 919. One author, Cat Eyes Like Moon Paranormal Mystery 125612 words, 540,000 readers. As a reporter, Sutong happened to have a special physique that was easy to provoke spiritual beings. Fortunately, there was a gifted and stylish male neighbor living next door. He exorcised evil spirits and nurtured the baby spirits, and in the process, saved her, a young and single woman, at the same time. 2 author, Dong Chunchuan Time Travel 374672 words, 1.09 million readers. Once she transmigrated, she was sent to the bridal sedan and became the substitute princess of a foolish king, but she didn't want to achieve a good match. 3 author, Duanmu Nuoching Time Travel 488430 words, 1.01 million readers. She is the poison immortal purple charm who hides poison in her smile, and also the famous great judge in Jianghu. He is the only imperial grandson of the emperor of Dongchu. He is noble and arrogant, both good and evil. When she meets him, love blossoms everywhere and they fight for the world hand in hand. 4 author, Zhongji An Ancient Rebirth 412336 words, 1.01 million readers. She is the descendant of a famous family, but she was infatuated with the wrong person and died an innocent death. After being reborn, she is unparalleled. She stands tall in the midst of conspiracy and intrigue, facing layers of murderous intent. 5 author, Shehuan Palace Aristocrats 762239 words. 1. 64 million readers. In her previous life, she was cut open and her child was taken out. She was reborn as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, but what is going on with this prince who suddenly appeared? 6. Author, Step-by-Step Time Travel 68757 words. 990 million readers. The celebrity killer transmigrated twice. In the first life, she was used by others and died a tragic death. In the second life, she was careful and swore to take revenge. 7. Author, Yijiang President's Rich 111-2374 words. 1. 05 million readers. He doesn't love her, but insists on marrying her, who was openly abandoned by her boyfriend at the engagement banquet. She doesn't love him, but in order to take revenge, she needs to find a powerful backer. She originally thought that they would only marry without love, but she didn't expect their love to be so deep. 8. Author, Yi Qianqian President's Rich 102-9427 words. 1. 45 million readers. He squeezes her labor, attends the company's high-level meetings, and serves tea. That's not all, he even wants to deprive her of her remaining value. She must marry the president, or else her parents will tell her that she abandoned him. 9. Author, Sleeping When Drunk President's Rich 119-5874 words. 1. 35 million readers. I promised you a grand marriage and let you marry in glory. I thought what you wanted was my love, but it turned out that what you wanted was my life. 10. Author, Naylan Hying President's Rich 107-2699 words. 1. 11 million readers. Chapter 920. No one knew about the abnormality that happened on the 6th level. In the entire God-burying sword prison, there were only 14 people, including Fang Chen, who were still alive. The 14 of them were trying their best to find the heart of Shentian. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the opening of the God-burying sword prison. This was the longest opening of the God-burying sword prison ever. On the 10th level of the God-burying sword prison, Fang Chen and the others were working together to kill the Golden Demon Clan monsters. In the beginning, there were hundreds of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing together. Now, there were thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing at once. Of course, the strength of Fang Chen and the others was also gradually increasing. Bang! After killing the last Golden Demon Clan monster, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. There was a bloodstain on his sleeve. During this time, the speed at which they were searching for the heart of Shentian was getting slower and slower. This made Fang Chen and the others very confused. Find the heart of Shentian, the dark sword said in a low voice. Then, the 14 of them quickly left. As they continued to fight with the Golden Demon Clan monsters, Fang Chen and the others kept looking for the Golden Demon Clan monsters' weaknesses. Finally, one day, half a month later, they developed a combined attack formation. Once this combined attack formation was used, the Golden Demon Clan monsters within the formation would be instantly killed mercilessly. Roar! Inside the formation, the 14 of them surrounded thousands of Golden Devil Clan monsters, and the cries of countless monsters could be heard. Poochie! The combined attack formation was too powerful. Even though the Golden Demon Clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, they could not resist the attack of the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters were all killed. Seeing this scene, enlightened Master Tianhong's face was full of smiles. Although some of them had not stepped into the mysterious King realm, the appearance of this combined attack formation gave them hope. This is so satisfying. The combined attack formation is too powerful. Swordsman Folding grinned. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. Fang Chen was the one who contributed the most to the creation of the combined attack formation. Fang Chen was an array sage master, so he could easily set up a Dao-level array. As the pressure against the golden demons increased, Fang Chen began to research how to attack the souls of the golden demons. If it was just Fang Chen alone, there was no way he could complete this combined attack array. However, there was Fang Chen's spiritual pet, the magical little mouse. When the 14 of them used the joint attack formation, the little mouse needed to be at the center of the formation to provide energy. Furthermore, the little mouse could use its innate abilities at the same time to increase the power of the joint attack formation. Young friend Fang is the #1 genius of the sword burial state in the past 10,000 years, Zongjian said. That's right. It's all thanks to little friend Fang in the god-burying sword prison, Yin Feng said with a smile. Originally, before entering the god-burying sword prison, Fang Chen's strength was inferior to a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. At that time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses did not know Fang Chen at all. However, later on, Fang Chen helped the 8 ultimate powerhouses obtain the heart of the Black Crack King. In order to express their gratitude, the 8 ultimate powerhouses allowed Fang Chen to follow them. However, they did not expect Fang Chen to help them time and time again. It was no exaggeration to say that without Fang Chen, they would not have been able to successfully enter the 10th level and obtain the heart of Shentian. After chatting for a while, they continued to move forward. In a certain valley, they found several hearts of Shentian. Ha, so many hearts of Shentian. Seeing the corpses of the Almighties, everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. About an hour later, everyone had obtained the heart of Shentian. At this point, except for Fang Chen, everyone had stepped into the mysterious king realm. Moreover, to Fang Chen's surprise, there were still some hearts of Shentian. There are still 3 hearts of Shentian here. How should we distribute them? Dark Sword suddenly asked. I've already stepped into the mysterious king realm. I don't need the heart of Shentian, said Swordbreaker. The others also spoke up. Fang Chen's contribution is the greatest. Why don't we give these 3 hearts of Shentian to Fang Chen? Asked Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun's words received everyone's approval. That's right. I have no objections to giving these 3 hearts of Shentian to Fang Chen, said Daoist Tianhong. Fang Chen did not refuse. Although he did not need the heart of Shentian, he could give it to his friends. Thinking of the ancient sword continent situation, Fang Chen became extremely anxious. He had to step into the mysterious king realm during this trip to the god-burying sword prison. In truth, Fang Chen's current strength was already enough to fight against a mysterious king realm expert. Among the 14 people present, Fang Chen's strength was indisputably the strongest. However, as soon as Fang Chen put away the 3 hearts of the arcane heavens, a huge swarm of people swarmed toward the canyon. Demonic beasts of the golden demon race. Dark Sword was the first to sense it. His expression changed slightly as he shouted. So many golden demon race demonic beasts, said Broken Sword with a gloomy expression. The others all looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a huge number of black gold demon race demonic beasts had surrounded the entrance of the valley. They originally thought that these golden demon race demonic beasts would charge into the valley, but they did not expect that they would only surround the entrance. What's going on? Asked Fang Chen. Crash. The black mass of golden demon race demonic beasts spread out in the middle, and a path appeared. Then, a black figure appeared. A human cultivator. Seeing this black figure, the faces of Fang Chen and the others were filled with shock. How could there be a human cultivator here? And from the looks of it, these golden demon race demonic beasts were very respectful to him. To be able to make thousands of golden demon race demonic beasts so respectful, who was he? Could it be that a fallen almighty had revived? Who are you? Asked Zongjian coldly as he stared at this person with his pitch-black eyes. Is it important? The black figure sneered. As he spoke, the black figure gave off a feeling of superiority. Fang Chen could sense that this person's cultivation was at least at the Mystic King realm. However, what puzzled everyone was why there was a human cultivator in the 10th level of the god-burying sword prison. Are these golden demon race demonic beasts under your control? Asked Dark Sword in a deep voice. Roar. The black figure did not speak, but the countless golden demon race demonic beasts behind him roared furiously. Could it be that you are the legendary person? Asked the ox-nosed old Daoist anxiously. Who is he? The others all looked at the ox-nosed old Daoist. After so many years, there are still people who remember me, said the black figure after being slightly stunned. At this moment, the ox-nosed old Daoist's heart was also in turmoil. He did not expect this person to really be the legendary person. Do you remember the most outstanding genius in the history of our Dao cultivation sect, asked the ox-nosed old daoist slowly. The Tao cultivation sect was a Tao cultivation holy land. The ox-nosed old daoist was a member of the Tao cultivation sect. Are you talking about the person who is said to be able to destroy the heavens? Zong Jian cried out. The ox-nosed old daoist nodded heavily. Fang Chen, Lu Jingyun, and the others were a little confused. Who exactly was this black figure? However, after hearing the ox-nosed old daoist's next words, Fang Chen and the others knew who this person was. The Tao cultivation sect was one of the strongest sects in the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was said that the Tao cultivation sect had a very large sect in the outer realms. The Tao cultivation sect in the Sword Burial Prefecture was only a branch. Back then, the most outstanding disciple of the Tao cultivation sect had the potential to shock the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. Even Fang Chen did not have the qualifications to be called a genius in front of an 18-year-old mystic king realm powerhouse. Back then, he was the idol of all the cultivators in the Sword Burial Prefecture. His every move would cause a storm in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Of course, the most eye-catching battle was when he was at the limit of the true martial realm. He fought a 5th-level mystic king realm powerhouse to a draw. At that time, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture was shocked. Back then, he had reached the peak of the Sword Burial Prefecture. He felt that the Sword Burial Prefecture's stage was too small. Moreover, he believed that with his talent, he was qualified to enter the Tao cultivation sect in the outer realms. He had threatened to destroy the heavens and charge out of the Sword Burial Prefecture. But then he had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew why such a genius had disappeared. Chapter 921. If it had been 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang would have been a household name in the Sword Burial state. At that time, Qin Yang was so popular that even the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace sighed. Qin Yang was a genius, a super genius. Even in the outer verse, he was considered a genius. However, such a genius did not receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Of course, Qin Yang was the genius most likely to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang had entered the God Burial Sword Prison. Moreover, he had almost received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, but he had failed in the end. Qin Yang had obtained a supreme treasure in the God Burial Sword Prison. With this supreme treasure, he was almost invincible in the Mystic King realm. However, Qin Yang did not give up after one failure. In the following years, Qin Yang had entered the God Burial Sword Prison several times, but he had not obtained anything. Later on, after Qin Yang experienced a great battle, he disappeared without a trace. But now, Qin Yang had appeared here. Why would Qin Yang appear here? Dark Sword and the other experts of the older generation cried out. The 8 extreme realms had only heard of Qin Yang's name from the older generation of experts in the sect. As for Lu Jingyun and the others of the younger generation, they did not know who Qin Yang was at all. However, after hearing the ox-nosed old daoist's words, everyone was shocked. The ox-nosed old daoist stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Senior Qin Yang, why are you here?" "Oh, the people of the Tao cultivation sect are really interesting." Qin Yang sneered when he learned that the ox-nosed old daoist was a cultivator of the Tao cultivation sect. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The people of the Tao cultivation sect are ungrateful. They all deserve to die. Qin Yang's wrist shook as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, a stream of spiritual energy formed and shot toward the ox-nosed old daoist. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang's casual attack was so powerful that it shocked Fang Chen and the others. Combined attack formation. If they did not help, the ox-nosed old daoist would definitely die. With his strength, there was no way he could block Qin Yang's attack. Crash. The 14 cultivators instantly formed a combined attack formation. At this moment, the stream of spiritual energy heavily bombarded the combined attack formation. Crack. The power of the spiritual chi waterfall was extremely tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the combined attack formation was broken. However, the spiritual chi waterfall also dissipated in the void because of this. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's eyes flickered as his face was filled with astonishment. Combined attack formation. With the cultivation of Fang Chen and the others, it was quite surprising that they could perform such an ingenious joint attack formation. Since you know that I am Qin Yang, then do you think that the people that I want to kill will be able to leave alive? Qin Yang calmly said. He wasn't angry because Fang Chen and the others had blocked his attack. This was because Qin Yang was invincible here. In Qin Yang's eyes, Fang Chen and the others were just ants. Ants were ants in the end. Even if they had some ingenious joint attack formations, it was useless. What should we do? Dark Sword's expression was gloomy. He was quite wary of Qin Yang. How unlucky. Why did we meet Qin Yang here? Swordbreaker also said helplessly. As for the ox-nosed old Daoist, his eyes flickered as he glanced at Qin Yang and continued, Senior Qin Yang, we are all members of the Dao cultivation sect. Why do we have to kill each other? All members of the Dao cultivation sect deserve to die, Qin Yang said gloomily when he heard the words Dao cultivation sect. Fang Chen carefully observed Qin Yang and realized that this person seemed to hate the Dao cultivation sect very much. Could it be that he appeared here because of the Dao cultivation sect? It was useless to think about this now. It was better to think about how to leave this place. However, when he thought of Qin Yang's strength, Fang Chen's scalp went numb. Kill. Qin Yang didn't seem to want to waste any more words with the ox-nosed old Daoist and directly ordered. Behind him, a large number of golden demon beasts rushed into the valley. Roar. The roars of countless demonic beasts were incessant. The combined attack formation appeared once again. Poochie. This combined attack formation was specially targeted against the golden demon beasts. Therefore, with the combined attack formation, the golden demon beasts couldn't get close to Fang Chen and the others at all. Although there were a large number of golden demon beasts, they were constantly killed by the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of golden demon beasts were killed. A bunch of trash, Qin Yang said coldly, but he still didn't intend to make a move. Through observing the combined attack formation, Qin Yang noticed Fang Chen. This person is the most important point of the combined attack formation. Qin Yang directly ordered the golden demon beasts to concentrate their strength and attack Fang Chen. Immediately, Fang Chen felt the pressure. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to dodge the golden demon beasts while using the golden light dragon slaying to kill the golden demon beasts. What's going on? Why are the golden demon beasts attacking young friend Fang? Seeing this, Zongjian and the others were puzzled. Help young friend Fang. Zongjian roared loudly. Immediately, the other warriors activated the combined attack formation to help Fang Chen share the attack of the golden demon beasts. Poochie Fang Chen killed hundreds of golden demon beasts with a single sword strike. Then, the true meaning of the void appeared and his body disappeared into the void. Just like that, he continued to kill the golden demon beasts. As for Qin Yang, he had no intention of making a move from the beginning to the end. Fang Chen and the others were not worthy of him personally making a move. After continuously using the true meaning of the void for an hour, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang bang. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was struck by one of the golden demon clan monsters, and his body fell to the ground. Boom. Countless golden demon beasts swarmed over. I can't be surrounded, or I'll die. Fang Chen's eyes were burning, and the aura of the void filled his body as he forcibly used the true meaning of the void. Crash. Every time the true meaning of the void was used, Fang Chen could feel that his consumption was too great. Poochie. After using the true meaning of the void several times, he still couldn't avoid the attacks of the golden demon beasts. At this time, Zongjian and the others also knew that the situation was not good. Once Fang Chen was seriously injured or killed, the combined attack formation would collapse. At that time, they would definitely die. Save little friend Fang. Everyone desperately tried to save Fang Chen. Rumble. A huge number of golden demon beasts continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was surrounded. Fight. Fang Chen roared and used the last bit of strength in his body to display the true meaning of the void. Swoosh. When Fang Chen unleashed the true intent of the void, the situation that had originally been a sure-death situation was suddenly resolved. At the same time that Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of the void, the aura of the void filled his body to the extreme. At the critical moment, the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade. The realm of 3 bottles. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he cried out excitedly. When the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade, the golden demon beasts that were close to Fang Chen's body actually stopped for a short time and became motionless. Kill! Fang Chen roared and instantly displayed the golden light dragon slaying sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, a large number of golden demon beasts would be killed. Strangely enough, whenever the golden demon beasts got close to Fang Chen, their bodies would stop for a few seconds. Although the time was very short, it was enough for Fang Chen to kill them. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Chen kill thousands of golden demon beasts by himself, Zongjian and the others were completely shocked. At this time, Qin Yang's face finally became gloomy. Time stop, Qin Yang said in his heart. Seeing Fang Chen continuously killing the golden demon beasts, Qin Yang finally couldn't hold back and was ready to make a move. Crash! Qin Yang's wrist shook, and a stream of spirit energy shot out in an instant. This time, the spirit energy stream was different from before. Its power was countless times stronger. When the spirit energy stream approached Fang Chen, it paused for a short second before bombarding Fang Chen's body. Bang! Although he displayed the true meaning of the void, he was still hit. Fang Chen was seriously injured and fell to the ground with a weak aura. Kill them all, Qin Yang said. The hearts of Zongjian and the others sank. They were already prepared to die. A large number of golden demon clan monsters charged at them aggressively. Dong. Chapter 922. Qin Yang attacked in anger. A stream of spiritual qi instantly injured everyone, making them unable to continue fighting. Then, he ordered the huge number of golden demon clan monsters to kill these humans with all their might. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Then, a giant hand instantly reached out and slammed down. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The golden demon clan monsters that were charging towards Fang Chen and the others were all annihilated. Stop! In an instant, a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure had 2 sword scars on his face. It was extremely terrifying. He stood in front of Fang Chen and the others, staring at Qin Yang at the entrance of the valley with flickering eyes. It's you. Obviously, Qin Yang knew this person. When he saw this person attack, his face was extremely gloomy. Qin Yang, stop, the figure said unhurriedly. This sudden change caused Fang Chen and the others to be astonished. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the cultivator who had saved them was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Even Qin Yang had a tinge of fear in his eyes. Who is he? Why is Qin Yang afraid of him? Qin Yang was an invincible existence in the mysterious king realm. Why would he be afraid of this person? And why would this person save them? Fang Chen's mind was filled with doubts, but he did not say anything. You actually want to fight against me for these insignificant cultivators, Qin Yang said coldly. Qin Yang, with me here, you can't kill them, the figure said softly after pondering for a moment. Mph, let's wait and see. Hearing the figure's words, Qin Yang snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and disappeared from the valley. Many experts, including Fang Chen, felt that it was incomparably surreal. Senior, thank you for saving us. Zongjian cupped his hands and thanked him. The other cultivators also looked at them with burning eyes. Saving you was just a casual thing. The God-burying sword prison trip ends here. You can leave, the figure said as he waved his hand slightly. Everyone wanted to ask more, but they found that this person was a little impatient. They looked at each other and then turned to leave in a flash. Except for Fang Chen, everyone had stepped into the mysterious king realm. This trip to the God-burying sword prison could be considered to be quite successful. The God-burying sword prison was extremely dangerous. Everyone had experienced it. This time, being able to leave calmly could be considered a daunting experience without any mishap. Whoosh 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 14 figures flew quickly and returned to the 9th floor in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen was the last to fly. His speed was neither fast nor slow. In his mind, he was thinking about why that expert had saved him. At that instant, a voice appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Fang Chen was startled when he heard this voice. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at his surroundings in confusion. Whoosh 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 whoosh. There's no need to look. I'm right behind you. Hearing this, Fang Chen turned around and returned to where he came from in a flash. At this time, the other experts had already returned to the 9th floor. No one knew that Fang Chen was still on the 10th floor. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen returned to the valley. The figure from before stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Senior, were you the one who spoke to me just now? Fang Chen stopped in the valley and cupped his hands slightly toward the expert before asking. The man with the scar nodded and said, That's right. I was talking to you just now. May I know why Senior asked me to stay behind? Asked Fang Chen. Come with me. After the man with the sword mark said that, he grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared into the valley. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt as if the world was spinning, as if he was traveling through time and space. While Fang Chen felt his vision turn white. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around hurriedly. He suddenly realized that he was in a spacious space. The atmosphere was peaceful and there was no evil aura in the spiritual qi. It was very peaceful. Senior, where is this? Fang Chen asked in confusion. The 18th floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison. What 18th floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. In his mind, the higher the floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison, the more dangerous it was. However, why was the 18th floor so peaceful? Moreover, Fang Chen was a little shocked. Who was the man with the sword mark? Why did he bring him to the 18th floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. As if he had seen through Fang Chen's mind, the man with the sword mark said, Don't think too much. I'm not the God-Burying Sword Prison. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. Senior, what's the matter with Qin Yang? Why did you bring me to the 18th floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison? Fang Chen voiced out many doubts in his mind. The man with the sword mark said slowly, That Qin Yang is also considered an outstanding genius. The people outside all thought that he was dead. However, that is not the case. He has always been in the God-Burying Sword Prison. Back then, he almost defeated me and took my position. Fang Chen did not say anything and listened to the man with the sword mark quietly. Do you know who I am? The man with the sword mark asked. Fang Chen shook his head and expressed his confusion. Actually, I am one of the guardians of the God-Burying Sword Prison, the man with the sword mark said. When Fang Chen heard this, his face was filled with shock. He looked at the man with the sword mark, dumbfounded. The man in front of him was one of the guardians of the God-Burying Sword Prison. What exactly were they guarding? The God-Burying Sword Prison or the God-Burying Sword Prison? There are more than one guardian. Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. He was extremely shocked. Back then, Qin Yang competed with me for the position of guardian. In the end, I defeated him. However, he refused to accept it and led the demonic beasts of the Golden Demon Clan on the 10th floor. He tried his best to defeat me, the man with the sword mark continued. Senior, what are the guardians? Fang Chen finally asked. No wonder Qin Yang did not want to provoke this man. It turned out that he was one of the guardians of the God-Burying Sword Prison. Although the God-Burying Sword Emperor is dead, his methods are beyond our imagination. The body of the God-Burying Sword Emperor turned into the God-Burying Sword Province and left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and select outstanding disciples for him, the man with the sword mark said. Fang Chen gradually came to a realization. The so-called guardians were first to suppress the God-Burying Sword Prison and second to select outstanding disciples for the God-Burying Sword Emperor. The legend of the God-Burying Sword Province being recognized by the God-Burying Sword Emperor was spread by us guardians, the man with the sword mark continued. Fang Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected the God-Burying Sword Emperor to have left behind a remnant consciousness after his death. Furthermore, he had allowed later experts to compete for the position of guardian. Senior, may I ask if you've accepted any disciples in the past few years? Fang Chen did his best to calm his shock. The man with the sword mark shook his head. Over the past few years, we 8 guardians have chosen countless people as our reference. However, not a single one of us has met the requirements. 8 guardians? The man with the sword mark was much stronger than the peak profound King Qin Yang. And there were actually 8 such protectors. Perhaps the 8 of them were the true peak experts of the God-burying sword province. As for the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace, he was nothing in front of the 8 of them. Elder, could it be that you have brought me to this place because… Fang Chen suddenly realized a problem. Immediately, an excited expression appeared on his face as he asked. Every once in a while, the 8 of us would fall into a deep slumber. This time, I just happened to wake up from my slumber and met you. The man with the sword scar looked at Fang Chen and a smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen was a little nervous. That's right. I brought you here because you've been recognized by the God-burying sword emperor, the man with the sword mark said. Although Fang Chen was prepared for this, his heart was still in turmoil. He had been recognized by the God-burying sword emperor so easily. He had thought that he wouldn't know when he would be recognized by the God-burying sword emperor. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he was at a loss. You're the only person who has been recognized by the God-burying sword emperor after his death, the man with the sword mark continued. Chapter 923. After a while, Fang Chen woke up from his shock. His face was filled with an excited smile. Senior, did I really get the recognition of the buried sword emperor? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The man with the sword scar nodded. After Fang Chen confirmed it, he became even more excited. He still remembered that on the ancient sword continent, his wife, Star and Moon, had died at the hands of the demon Cloud Lian state in order to save him. He hated himself for being useless. He had watched his wife die without being able to avenge her. After that, he had tried his best to take revenge but had died at the hands of the demon Cloud Lian state. Perhaps it was fate, but the head in the cauldron had brought him across the ocean's forbidden zone and to the buried sword continent. Then, he had been successfully resurrected. He had heard from the palace master of the buried sword immortal palace that the buried sword emperor would agree to any request unconditionally as long as he could get the recognition of the buried sword emperor. The buried sword emperor was really powerful. He was considered a famous top powerhouse even in the outerverse. Although he had died long ago, he was still very powerful. No one doubted the buried sword emperor's promise. At that time, Fang Chen had secretly vowed to get the recognition of the buried sword emperor and ask him to resurrect his wife, Star and Moon. Now, he had finally achieved his goal. Fang Chen was very excited and his body was trembling non-stop. Senior, I got the recognition of the buried sword emperor. Can I ask the buried sword emperor to do me a favor? Fang Chen's voice was trembling. The man with the sword scar looked at Fang Chen in surprise and said, "Come with me." After saying that, the man with the sword scar turned around and left. Fang Chen hurriedly followed behind him. The entire 18th level of the buried sword prison was very quiet. After a while, the man with the sword scar stopped in his tracks and knelt down in front of a statue that was several meters tall. The buried sword emperor has chosen an outstanding young person according to your request, the man with the sword scar said loudly. Strangely enough, as soon as the sword-scarred man finished speaking, all the spirit chi on the 18th floor suddenly surged into the statue. Then, the statue's eyes actually opened in an instant. Fang Chen carefully stared at the statue, his heart filled with shock. This statue gave him a very oppressive feeling. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Is this the statue of Zongjian Emperor? Fang Chen was shocked. The eyes of the statue blinked and then stared at Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that all his secrets had been seen by the statue. Not bad. In less than 20 years of cultivation, you have comprehended the true meaning of space-time. From within the statue, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life sounded. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. What he cultivated was clearly the true intent of void. So why did the statue say that it was the true intent of space and time? Since you've obtained my approval, I can fulfill one of your requests. Speak, what do you need me to do? Asked the statue. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Fang Chen clenched his fists in excitement. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, I want to revive my wife, Fang Chen said excitedly. While speaking, Fang Chen took out the corpse of his wife, Star and Moon, from his interspatial ring. Oh, revive your wife. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely ask for some peerless inheritance or something like that. In short, it was a request that could strengthen their cultivation technique. However, this kid actually only asked for his wife to be revived. One had to know that the promise of Zong Sword Emperor was coveted by countless almighties in the outer realm. However, Fang Chen only had such a request. The path of cultivation was originally against the heavens. Cultivators lived for a long time, and it was normal for them to have several wives and concubines. Wasting a promise to revive a dead wife was not worth it in the eyes of ordinary people. That's right. My request is to revive my wife. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his forehead full of sweat. He suddenly had a trace of fear in his heart. He was afraid that the remnant consciousness of Zong Sword Emperor would say that he could not revive his wife. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, you are a high and mighty god. You will definitely be able to revive my wife, Fang Chen said solemnly. The statue stared at Fang Chen for a long time, and then smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I met a kid like you. That's right, with my means, I can revive your wife. However, Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard the words of Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He had a bad premonition. Lord Zong Sword Emperor. Fang Chen was very anxious. How could he not be anxious when it concerned his wife? However, I fell a long time ago. What's left here is just a trace of my remnant consciousness. I can't revive her in a short time, and this small Zong Sword province can't bear my power. Fang Chen felt relieved when he heard that. No matter what, as long as he could revive his wife, he was willing to bear any price. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, please revive my wife, Fang Chen said with cupped fists. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and stared at Fang Chen with his deep eyes. He asked, are you sure? Once you let me do it, there's no turning back. I'm sure, Fang Chen said without hesitation. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and said, it will take a long time to revive her. Please wait here patiently. As soon as Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness finished speaking, Star and Moon's corpse suddenly floated up and was shrouded by a dazzling light. Fang Chen waited anxiously. Since Lord Zong Sword Emperor has taken action, he will definitely succeed, the Guardian said. Fang Chen nodded, but he was still worried. Time passed in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen was still waiting in the 18th level of the Zong Sword prison. Star and Moon's corpse was shrouded by a dazzling light and could not be seen clearly. Fang Chen was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. It's been a month. Fang Chen paced up and down below. At this moment, the Guardian came. Don't worry. Hearing this, Fang Chen could only nod. During this time, the Zong Sword prison opened and the 13 surviving martial artists all left. Their return to the Zong Sword prison caused a commotion. When they came out and found that Fang Chen was not there, they did not think much and thought that Fang Chen had quietly left. The 13 mysterious kings were invited by the palace master of the Zong Sword prison. In an instant, they became the focus of the Zong Sword prison. All the major forces came to the Zong Sword prison to rope in the 13 people. This was especially true for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, who were very young and had great potential. As for Fang Chen, he had long been forgotten by everyone. A dead genius was destined to be forgotten no matter how dazzling he had been. All the martial artists in the Zong Sword prison thought that Fang Chen had died in the Zong Sword prison. As for the 13 people who came out alive, they did not come out to explain. Only the palace master of the Zong Sword prison had a lot of thoughts in his mind after asking the 13 people. He even had a bold guess. The Zong Sword prison had opened countless times, but this time was the most rewarding. Everyone had reached the 10th level and obtained the heart of Shentian. It was a pity that the other quasi-kings had died, or the Zong Sword prison would have risen quickly. After a short moment of excitement, the 13 experts all chose to go into seclusion. This trip to the Zong Sword prison had greatly affected them. A few months after they went into seclusion, the commotion in the Zongsword prison finally subsided. At this time, half a year had passed since the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness had revived Star and Moon. It's been half a year. Why hasn't he revived yet? Almost every day, Fang Chen waited anxiously. Half a year had passed, but he was still very worried. Don't worry. The Zongsword Emperor's methods are not something you can imagine, said the Guardian. However, just as the Protector finished speaking, a 5-colored ray of light shot out from the statue. Then, the 5-colored light wrapped around Star and Moon's corpse and tore through the sky, disappearing from the Zongsword prison. Crash. The 18th level regained its calm. Zongsword Emperor, where's my wife? Asked Fang Chen anxiously when he saw the statue open its eyes. I overestimated the origin energy of the mortal world, said the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness. Fang Chen's heart sank as he looked anxiously at the statue. Zongsword Emperor, could it be my wife? Chapter 924. Fang Chen's heart sank after hearing the words of the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He was a little worried about his wife. A mysterious place in the outerverse? Fang Chen asked in confusion. A voice came from the statue. That's right. Lord Zongsword Emperor, what should I do if I want to see my wife? Fang Chen asked anxiously. It was not easy to get the approval of the Zongsword Emperor and let him revive his wife. He did not expect the Zongsword Emperor to send his wife to a mysterious place in the outerverse. The more powerful one was, the more Fang Chen knew about it. It was very difficult to step into the outerverse with his own strength. You can see your wife when you have enough strength, the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness said slowly. Fang Chen had a helpless expression on his face when he heard this. However, he immediately felt relieved. No matter what, his wife had been revived. He would be able to see his wife sooner or later if he worked hard on his cultivation. Lord, do you know where my wife is in the outerverse? Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. That place is called the place where the gods live, the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness said and did not say anything else. Fang Chen was shocked, but he chose to remain silent. The Zongsword Emperor also said that the origin energy in the mortal world was too scarce. It was so scarce that he could not revive his wife. He could only revive his wife if he sent her to the so-called place where the gods lived. Fang Chen did not know what the power of origin was, but he knew that his wife had come back to life. He was very happy. Thank you, Lord. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. When the Guardian heard this, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness spoke again. When I fell back then, I left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and choose a disciple for me to inherit my legacy. I have not found a suitable disciple for a long time. However, your appearance gave me a glimmer of hope, the Zongsword Emperor's remnant consciousness said. His voice was filled with helplessness. Back then, he had fallen in a hurry, so he had not properly chosen a disciple to inherit his legacy. Who was he? He was the powerful Zongsword monarch, whose cultivation was unparalleled. How could he allow his inheritance to be passed down? Therefore, his remnant consciousness set the rules for choosing disciples and chose the 8 guardians. Now that Fang Chen's wish had been fulfilled, he could finally relax. When he heard Zongjian Emperor's words, his eyes lit up with excitement. It was extremely important for him to obtain the Zongsword Emperor's legacy. You've only cultivated for 20 years and you've already comprehended the true intent of space-time. That's beyond my expectations. Zongjian Emperor said slowly. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chen was puzzled, so he finally opened his mouth and asked. What he comprehended was clearly a transcendent grade true intent of void. Why did Emperor Zongsword keep saying that it was the true intent of space and time? Although the true intent of void and true intent of space-time only differed by a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. I've just watched everything that you've experienced and realized that you're indeed a lucky lad. Emperor Zongjian Emperor smiled and said, without the guidance of an almighty, the true intent of void might go astray. You're too lucky. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned and looked at the statue in disbelief. Emperor Zongjian Emperor, you're saying? Fang Chen asked, dumbfounded. The pair of eyes on the statue blinked before replying, that's right. When you first broke through the true intent of the void, there was a slight change. It actually contained a trace of the true intent of time. When your true intent of the void broke through to the third grade, it directly transformed into the true intent of spacetime. Fang Chen was enlightened. So that was how it was. It was no wonder that when he displayed the true intent of void, he realized that the Golden Demon Clan demonic beasts that were close to him would temporarily freeze. Back then, Fang Chen did not think much about it. Now that he thought about it, what he displayed then was not the true intent of void, but the true intent of spacetime. From Emperor Zongjian Emperor's tone, the true intent of spacetime was obviously much stronger than the true intent of void. Moreover, the reason why Emperor Zongjian Emperor acknowledged him was entirely because of his true intent of spacetime. Now that the truth was out, all the mysteries in Fang Chen's mind were solved. Why did the Guardian appear so coincidentally and bring him to the 18th level? It turned out that he was chosen by Emperor Zongjian because he possessed the true intent of spacetime. You probably don't know what the true intent of spacetime means, right? Emperor Zongjian Emperor said. Fang Chen shook his head and expressed his confusion. The true intent of void is a supreme true intent. It's almost non-existent in the countless mortal continents. Although it's rare in the outer verse, there are still quite a few. However, the true intent of spacetime is a supreme true intent that's above the true intent of void. Not to mention the outer verse, there are only a few people who possess such a true intent even in the place where the deities reside, Emperor Zongjian Emperor said in a deep voice. When he mentioned the true intent of spacetime, his tone was filled with excitement. Clearly, the true intent of spacetime had surprised him. The places where the deities reside can be counted on one hand. Fang Chen was thoroughly shocked. The true intent of void was already abnormal enough. He didn't expect the true intent of spacetime to be even more abnormal. When the true intent of spacetime is cultivated to the peak, not only can it accelerate time, but it can also reverse time, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen's ability to lie was filled with shock. Time acceleration, time stopping, and time reversal. This was the highest achievement in the Tao of time. When the true intent of spacetime was cultivated to the peak, it could actually do all this. How could Fang Chen not be shocked? Even the Guardian at the side was shocked. He had underestimated Fang Chen's potential. He didn't expect Emperor Zongjian Emperor to think so highly of this child. You've comprehended the true intent of spacetime, so you should be my inner disciple. However, your cultivation is too low, so you can only be my personal disciple for now, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. The status of a personal disciple was definitely inferior to an inner disciple. Emperor Zongjian Emperor's name had shaken the outerverse in the past, and he had seen countless geniuses. Although Fang Chen's potential had shocked him, Emperor Zongjian Emperor still held back. This was also a kind of experience. When you become my inner disciple one day, you'll be qualified to step into the outer verse, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen's face lit up with joy when he heard this. His only wish now was to step into the outer verse to find his mother and wife. Becoming Emperor Zongjian Emperor's inner disciple would be qualified to step into the outer verse. This disciple will definitely work hard, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen went through the apprenticeship ceremony and finally became Emperor Zongjian Emperor's personal disciple. Hualarei ray of light shot out from the statue and directly drilled into Fang Chen's glabella. This ray of light contains some of my inheritance and some of my understanding of the true intent of spacetime. Comprehend it well. Emperor Zongjian Emperor said, when you have enough strength, enter the God-burying sword prison and reach the 18th floor with your own strength. At that time, you'll be my inner disciple. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him with a joyful face. With Emperor Zongjian Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen's strength would rise to another level, and he might even step into the Mystic King realm. Then, Emperor Zongjian Emperor gave Fang Chen a token. With this token, he could enter the God-burying sword prison at any time. All right, you can leave, Emperor Zongjian Emperor said slowly. Fang Chen glanced at the statue and asked, Master, I want to return to the ancient sword continent. Do you know, the token that I just gave you can let you return to the ancient sword continent. With that, Emperor Zongjian Emperor's remnant consciousness fell into a deep sleep again. Fang Chen bowed to the statue and turned to leave. Young Master Fang, congratulations, the guardian said with a grin. Fang Chen was now Emperor Zongjian Emperor's personal disciple. His position was much higher than the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace. He was only the guardian of the god-burying sword prison. His position was incomparable to Fang Chen's. Fang Chen chuckled and did not say anything. Young Master Fang, Emperor Zongjian Emperor just gave you some inheritance. I suggest you comprehend it on the 18th floor. The cultivation environment here is incomparable to the outside world, the guardian said. Chapter 925. Everyone thought that the most dangerous level in the buried godsword prison was the 18th level. Since ancient times, no one had been able to step into the 18th level. No one knew what dangers lay in the 18th level. However, when the 18th level was mentioned, everyone's facial expression changed drastically. That was because the 18th level was a taboo. However, what the world did not know was that the 18th level was not only free of danger, but also contained the remnant consciousness of the buried Sword Emperor. After obtaining the inheritance of the buried Sword Emperor, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and comprehended on the 18th level. Firstly, Fang Chen comprehended the true meaning of space-time from the buried Sword Emperor. The true meaning of space-time was a peerless true meaning. According to the buried Sword Emperor, it was many times more powerful than the transcendent true meaning. By chance, the true meaning of void evolved into the true meaning of space-time. Fang Chen naturally had to make good use of it. Space-time was more mysterious. Fang Chen used a full hour to completely digest the buried Sword Emperor's understanding of the true meaning of space-time. At this time, Fang Chen also had some preliminary understanding of the true meaning of space-time. The true meaning of space-time had a total of 3 steps, and each step was extremely difficult. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of geniuses who possessed the true meaning of space-time. In fact, the true meaning of space-time was divided into 2 parts. The time part had 3 steps and the space part had 3 steps as well. Therefore, cultivating the true meaning of space-time was many times more difficult than cultivating the transcendent true meaning. The first step of the time part was called time stop, which could be achieved by the 3rd grade space-time true meaning of space-time. The second step was called time acceleration, which could accelerate the surrounding time and shorten the cultivation time. It could be achieved by the 6th grade space-time true meaning of space-time. As for the 3rd step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called time reversal, which was especially useful when one was fighting with an enemy. One could instantly perform time reversal and change the flow of time around the enemy so that the enemy would not be able to attack him. This step could only be achieved by the 9th grade space-time true meaning of space-time. As for the space part, the first step was called space travel, which was similar to the true meaning of void. One could travel through the void temporarily and hide in the void. No one would be able to discover it. One could use it by the 3rd grade space-time. The second step was called space cutting. If he could achieve this step, his attack power would be greatly increased. Using one's own strength to forcefully cut open space was something that most almighties would not be able to do. This required one to reach the realm of rank 6. As for the 3rd step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called space collapse. By raising one's hand, one could destroy space. Once one reached the rank 9 realm, one could do it. Cultivating the true meaning of space and time was actually cultivating 2 transcendent grade true meanings. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate, once it was successfully cultivated, one's attack power would increase exponentially. In particular, the combination of time and space was an attack that the enemy could not resist at all. Let's ask, if he could stop time while using space travel? How can the enemy withstand your thunderous strike at this moment? Fang Chen finally understood the true meaning of the space-time true intent. What a powerful true meaning of space-time. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of a supreme true intent, it was too shocking. Although the current space-time true intent is at the 3rd grade boundary, I have only grasped the surface. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen began to cultivate the true intent of space-time. However, This cultivation took a long time. First, Fang Chen used a month's time to completely stabilize space travel. Then, he used another half a year's time to completely grasp time stop. The reason why time stop lasted longer than space travel was because Fang Chen had the foundation of the true meaning of void previously. After doing all this, Fang Chen began to try to merge time stop and space travel together. Because of the guidance of Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen's cultivation progress was very fast. However, even so, it still took a year's time. 1.5 years after Fang Chen received Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, he finally completely grasped the third-grade true meaning of space-time. Voila! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, the Guardian suddenly felt that his body was directly motionless on the ground, unable to move. Not good. The Guardian's first reaction was to struggle. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was on the Guardian's throat. The Guardian was a little shocked. After a full 3 seconds, he barely regained his freedom. As expected of the genius recognized by Zong Sword Emperor. The Guardian sighed. In just over a year's time, this lad had improved so much. Although he was careless just now, it also proved this lad's strength. Amazing. The Guardian could not help but praise. If we fight head-on, I'm not your opponent. Fang Chen said. He was very clear that although he had grasped the true meaning of space-time, he could not fight against the Guardian. One should know that the Guardian was an invincible existence in the mysterious King realm. He was only a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. If the Guardian was prepared, his true meaning of space-time would not even be able to confine the Guardian for a second. The Guardian shook his head and said, looking at the outside world, there is no invincible mysterious King realm martial artist. Your true meaning of space-time is more than enough to deal with low-level mysterious King realm martial artists. The more the Guardian came into contact with Fang Chen, the more he sighed. Fang Chen was indeed a monster. At the LV9 true martial realm, he could fight against a LV3 mysterious King realm martial artist. After chatting with the Guardian for a while, Fang Chen continued to sit cross-legged. It took him 1.5 years to cultivate the true meaning of space-time. Now, it was time to accept the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. After doing all this, Fang Chen would return to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Balls of light appeared in his mind. Within these balls of light, there were countless words. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Art. This was the sword art that the Zong Sword Emperor had passed on to Fang Chen. According to the classification of the ancient sword continent, this sword art was a peak 9th grade sword art. Before, the strongest sword art that Fang Chen had cultivated was only an 8th grade sword art, the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword. Now, he had actually obtained a 9th grade sword art. Of course, this was also because Fang Chen's cultivation base was too low, so he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword technique. Otherwise, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture would be shocked. The Third Revolution Radiant Sword Art was a sword art that the Zong Sword Emperor had created when he was young. The key of this sword art was to revolve. The word revolve had many meanings. In order to cultivate the Third Revolution Radiant Sword Art, one had to condense 3 sword lights in their chi vessel. Then, the 3 sword lights had to revolve with each other. After reading the Third Revolution Radiant Sword Art, Fang Chen began to cultivate. His body was filled with boundless spiritual energy. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the mysterious King realm, his aura had already surpassed that of an ordinary mysterious King realm expert. The mysterious King realm that used to be so high and mighty. Now, it was within reach. Therefore, as long as one worked hard, anything was possible. With the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen's potential in the Sword Dao was incomparably heaven-defying. Moreover, his sword body had reached the Saint grade. Cultivating the Third Revolution Radiant Sword Art went smoother than Fang Chen had imagined. In just 7 days, the first sword light had been condensed in his chi vessel. Fang Chen looked at his chi vessel with an excited smile on his face. Then, he continued to condense the second sword light. Due to the experience of condensing the first sword light, the second sword light only took 3 days to condense. As for the third sword light, it shortened the time to 1 day. The Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had already fallen asleep. If he knew that Fang Chen had used 11 days to condense 3 sword lights, he would definitely be shocked. This was because he had also used a full month to condense 3 sword lights back then. The 3 sword lights each represented a different aura. The sword light on the far left was filled with domineering sword qi. It was the sword light of flames. The one in the middle was filled with a dark aura. It was the sword qi of darkness. As for the sword light on the far right, it contained a gentle aura. It was the sword light of water. The 3 different sword lights interchanged and finally transformed into the sword light of light. Only then could he perform the third revolution radiant sword art. Transform. Chapter 9:26. Flame sword light, darkness sword light, water sword light. The 3 completely opposite sword lights could not coexist. They were repelling each other and none of them was willing to give way to the other. Fang Chen slowly controlled the 3 sword lights according to the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. First, Fang Chen started with darkness sword light. As he had the darkness sword intent, it was much easier to control. Crash. The darkness sword intent emerged and shrouded the darkness sword light in his qi. Then, Fang Chen used the water essence and fire essence to shroud the other 2 sword lights. Convert. Fang Chen shouted, and the 3 sword lights kept closing in on each other. Finally, they were close to each other. Then, it was a long process of conversion. The repelling force of the 3 sword lights was getting smaller and smaller. Dong. The golden sword light pulsed rapidly. A warm current entered his qi and shrouded the 3 sword lights, promoting the conversion of the 3 sword lights. The golden heart had always been a miraculous existence. Until now, Fang Chen did not know the origin of the golden heart. He only knew that the golden heart was related to the giant golden sword that he had transmigrated to. The golden heart had been changing Fang Chen's body, potential, and other factors. As a result, Fang Chen's strength was improving rapidly. From the most ordinary outer disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect in the Divine Wind Nation, he had progressed step by step to where he was now. Fang Chen's potential had unknowingly become monstrous. Obtaining the recognition of the Zong Sword Emperor and receiving the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor was a complete transformation. The conversion of the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique was finally completed 2 years after Fang Chen received the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor. For 2 years, he had been receiving the inheritance in the 18th level of the God Burial Sword Prison. In the outside world, Fang Chen's name had disappeared and people had forgotten about him. The palace master of the sword burial deity palace had been waiting for Fang Chen's return. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the 3 sword lights in his qi instantly fused together and then spread out. The rich light sword qi spread directly to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. The third revolution of the radiant sword technique was a success. It's been 2 years. Fang Chen stood up slowly with a smile on his face. In these 2 years, not only had he received the inheritance, but Fang Chen's spirit had also undergone a perfect transformation. The current Fang Chen was no longer the Fang Chen of the past. His vision had also improved a lot. His comprehension of the martial way had also deepened. Huala the Guardian appeared. The sword scar on his face was wriggling, and he was full of smiles. Congratulations. The Guardian grinned. Fang Chen also cupped his hands towards the protector and said, 2 years have passed. It's time for me to leave. I hope you can return soon, the Guardian said. Fang Chen nodded heavily. The day he returned would be the day he became his master's official disciple. A token appeared in Fang Chen's hand. He gently grasped it, and a majestic sword qi instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Chen. He then tore the void and disappeared from the God Burial Sword Prison. The endless ocean was turbulent. Usually, no one would come to the endless ocean. It was too dangerous, especially the terrifying pressure at the bottom of the ocean. Even an ordinary mysterious King Realm expert would not be able to withstand it. Huala. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the depths of the endless ocean. The whirlpool spun crazily, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all the sea demons in the endless ocean to tremble. At this moment, a person walked out of the whirlpool calmly. "I'm finally back." Fang Chen took a deep breath of fresh air and grinned. 2 years ago, he had received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, resurrected his wife, and received the inheritance. 2 years later, he had made a qualitative leap. With his current strength, he could return to the ancient Sword Continent, avenge his wife, and pacify the ancient Sword Continent. When he first came to the bottom of the endless ocean, the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace personally led the way. Now, Fang Chen was walking alone at the bottom of the ocean, but he did not feel any pressure. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in the sky above the endless ocean. The next moment, he used the spacetime true intent and flew directly to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture, Sword Burial Immortal Palace. There had been no news of Fang Chen for 2 whole years. This made the palace master very anxious, and in the end, he even felt a little despair. It was not easy to find a genius who had a chance of receiving the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Did he really die in the God Burial Sword Prison? In a garden in the Immortal Palace. The palace master's face was filled with worry. He sat quietly in the garden in the middle of the pond, not saying a word. Palace master. Not long after, 2 old men appeared. The 2 city lords of the Sword Burial City came here every day to talk to the palace master, but the palace master's mood was not good at all. "Palace master, Fang Chen has endless potential. He has not returned for 2 years. I'm afraid he has already received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor," the tall city lord said with a smile. "Yes, palace master, you don't have to worry. According to the description of the other 13 people, Fang Chen's strength has reached the real true martial realm. He will definitely be able to return safely," the short city lord said. Hearing this, the palace master finally spoke. 2 years. The palace master's voice was full of vicissitudes. The 2 city lords were a little sad when they heard this. "You can go back," the palace master said with a wave of his hand. The 2 city lords wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, they shook their heads helplessly and turned to leave. However, when they reached the entrance of the garden, they suddenly felt the palace master's strange movement. The palace master, who had been sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the palace master appeared in the void. Whoosh! A figure was moving toward the Sword Burial Immortal Palace at a speed invisible to the naked eye. That's Fang Chen. The palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was a mysterious king realm expert. Before Fang Chen could get close, he had already sensed the fluctuation of the palace master's aura. When he saw Fang Chen's face clearly, his face was full of excitement. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of the palace master. "Fang Chen, you're back." The palace master's voice was full of excitement. "Palace master," Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. 2 years. It's been 2 years. I thought. The palace master stared at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen's heart warmed. He did not expect the palace master to care about him so much during the 2 years he was in the God Burial Sword Prison. Then, he looked at the palace master apologetically and said, "Palace master, to be honest, the reason why I didn't come back is because I received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor." "What do you mean you received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor?" Although he was prepared, he was still shocked when he heard it with his own ears. He grabbed Fang Chen's arm and returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The 2 city lords were wondering where the palace master went when they suddenly saw Fang Chen again. The palace master is back. There's a figure beside the palace master. It seems to be Fang Chen. When the 2 city lords saw Fang Chen, they were also extremely shocked. The palace master and Fang Chen sat in the pavilion. The 2 city lords were thick-skinned and did not leave. They were very happy that Fang Chen had returned. "Fang Chen, you really received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor?" After sitting down, the palace master asked again in disbelief. This time, the 2 city lords were completely dumbfounded. Received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Although the palace master was very optimistic about Fang Chen, the two city lords thought that Fang Chen would not be able to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor in a short time. However, Fang Chen's return completely overturned their thoughts. Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I received the recognition of my master. I have been receiving my master's inheritance for the past 2 years." When he heard Fang Chen address the Sword Burial Emperor as his master, the palace master was finally convinced. He was extremely excited. "If you are recognized, you can ask the Sword Burial Emperor to make a request," the palace master asked. "I would like to ask my master to resurrect my wife," Fang Chen said truthfully. The palace master and the two city lords were a little surprised when they heard that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and Fang Chen only made such a request. After all, for old monsters like them who had lived for tens of thousands of years, they no longer felt anything when their loved ones died one by one. Chapter 927. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them calmed down. After changing the topic, the palace master asked Fang Chen, "Now that you've obtained the buried Sword Emperor's inheritance, how strong are you now?" After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen said, "Low-level profound kings aren't my match." The three of them were shocked once more. From the aura Fang Chen had just released, they could tell that he hadn't reached the profound king realm yet. A 9th-level true martial realm cultivator fighting a low-level profound king realm cultivator? Who in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could do that? After that, the palace master and Fang Chen chatted a lot. In the end, Fang Chen left the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The reason he had immediately returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was because his master had left something for the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Although Fang Chen didn't know what that thing was, it was extremely important to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Furthermore, it could allow the Sword Burial Prefecture to truly rise. Although the Sword Burial Prefecture was above the mortal continent, it couldn't compare to the outerverse because of its scarcity of origin energy. Once he obtained that thing, the Sword Burial Prefecture would have hope of becoming comparable to the outerverse. After leaving the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Fang Chen left the Sword Burial Prefecture as well. "I should return to the Five Elements Sword City to take a look," muttered Fang Chen. Before returning to the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Chen had to deal with the Sword Burial Prefecture first. The true meaning of spacetime of the 3rd grade was simply too overbearing. Previously, it would have taken several hours to reach the Five Elements Sword City. Now, it would only take a quarter of an hour. The Five Elements Sword City was still the same as before. Fang Chen glanced at it from afar before entering the city. As soon as he entered the Five Elements Sword City, Fang Chen discovered that countless martialists were rushing in a certain direction. What's going on? Fang Chen didn't understand. After that, Fang Chen stopped a cultivator and asked, "Brother, what's going on up ahead?" "Don't you know? The Five Elements Palace Master is fighting the Divine Destruction Palace Master. It's such an important matter, so of course we have to go watch." The cultivator hastily left. Great battle. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing an imperceptible smile. When they arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people at a glance. On the martial arts stage, there were two people standing facing each other. "The two of them are actually going to fight," Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp. He instantly captured the discussions of many warriors. In the past 2 years, the Godly Destruction Palace and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization have reached a new agreement. They have been pressuring the Five Elements Palace. That's right. If it wasn't for the protection of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, the Five Elements Palace wouldn't have been able to last until now. Today's battle will determine the fate of the Five Elements Palace. Once the Five Elements Palace Master is defeated, the Five Elements Palace will be completely disbanded. If the City Lord is here, there might still be a chance. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. Even if the City Lord is here, there is no turning point. This time, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace are determined to destroy the Five Elements Palace and take control of the Five Elements Sword City. On the square, many martial artists were discussing animatedly. After a while, Fang Chen understood. It turned out that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace were together again. Good, Let's settle it once and for all, said Fang Chen. As the city lord, he wasn't competent at all. He had just become the city lord, but he had already entered the burial sword city. While Fang Chen was thinking, the aura on the martial arts stage suddenly rose. 5 Elements Palace Master, surrender. The god-destroying Palace Master's aura was thick as he roared. Divine Destruction Palace Master, my 5 Elements Palace is the orthodox sect of the 5 Elements Sword City. You are rebelling, said the 5 Elements Palace Master coldly. 5 Elements Palace Master, don't you know the current situation? Unless I die, you won't be able to touch the 5 Elements Palace, roared the 5 Elements Palace Master furiously. Rumble. A shocking battle instantly erupted on the martial arts stage. A battle between profound kings caused a huge commotion. Fortunately, the martial arts stage had been reinforced beforehand. It was able to withstand a battle between 2 profound kings. On the martial arts stage, sword light flickered. Their attacks were equally matched. 2nd level Profound King Realm? With Fang Chen's eyesight, he could tell that the Divine Destruction Palace Master's cultivation had reached the 2nd level Profound King Realm. On the other hand, the 5 Elements Palace Master's cultivation was at the peak of the 1st level Profound King Realm. It was obvious that the 5 Elements Palace Master couldn't withstand the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. As expected, after a few hundred moves, the Divine Destruction Palace Master began to take control of the situation. The 5 Elements Palace will be destroyed today. The Divine Destruction Palace Master laughed sinisterly. He then stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Poochie, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's all-out attack pushed the 5 Elements Palace Master back. Taking advantage of the 5 Elements Palace Master's retreat, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack instantly swooped down. Does the heavens want to destroy my 5 Elements Palace? Said the 5 Elements Palace Master unwillingly. Below the martial arts practice platform, everyone was watching this battle. Everyone from the 5 Elements Palace was anxious. They wanted to help, but to no avail. Palace Master! The crowd roared loudly. Just as the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack was about to hit the 5 Elements Palace Master, a huge hand suddenly appeared and easily grasped the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the huge hand gently pushed back the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the 5 Elements Palace Master was dumbfounded. An instant later, an uproar resounded through the square. City Lord. The 5 Elements Palace Master was the first to recognize Fang Chen and shouted. Everyone in the square was shocked. The City Lord is back. He blocked the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack. Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen's appearance was too inconceivable. The Divine Destruction Palace Master stabilized his body. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chen and said, "Kid, you finally stopped being a coward. City Lord, you're back," said the 5 Elements Palace Master excitedly. Fang Chen glanced at the 5 Elements Palace Master and said, "You retreat first. Leave this to me." City Lord. The 5 Elements Palace Master was a bit worried about Fang Chen, but when he saw the latter's gaze, he immediately retreated. The 5 Elements Palace Master is the acting City Lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. While I'm gone, he has full authority over everything in the 5 Elements Sword City. Fang Chen paused for a moment and then said, "If you want to destroy the 5 Elements Palace, then you're rebelling." "So what if I'm rebelling?" said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. "I think you should know the consequences of rebelling," said Fang Chen calmly. "Don't try to scare me. Kid, since you've returned, then you can die with me," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master coldly. Fang Chen shook his head. "You're not my match." After saying that, Fang Chen raised his head and looked into the sky. "How long are you going to hide?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the people in the square were a bit confused. But when they saw a figure appear in the sky, they were incomparably shocked. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization had always been hiding in the sky, just in case. Now that he was discovered by Fang Chen, he was also a bit surprised. "You can discover me?" asked the Blood Moon Assassin. Fang Chen sneered, You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little tricks? He saw disdain in Fang Chen's eyes. Facing two profound kings, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Kid, are you courting death? Said the Blood Moon Assassin icily. Although the Blood Moon Assassin's cultivation base was also at the second level of the profound king realm, he was far more terrifying than the Divine Destruction Palace Master. The Blood Moon Assassin hadn't fought in a long time. Could it be that he was going to fight today? There's no need for you to do anything. I alone can destroy the Five Elements Palace and kill these ants, said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. The Five Elements Palace's people were very nervous. When the City Lord had left, he had only been a true martial realm cultivator. It had only been a few years. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be compared to a profound king realm cultivator. As the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City, I'm responsible for suppressing all disturbances in the Five Elements Sword City. Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed without mercy, said Fang Chen. From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace will not be involved. Fang Chen's words were very domineering. His attitude was very clear. He would never back down. His words had thoroughly infuriated the two profound kings. Chapter 928. The current Fang Chen could easily crush a low-level mystic king realm martial artist with his cultivation. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Godly Destruction Palace Master were only at the second-level Mystic King realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. Similarly, the two Mystic King realm powerhouses were not afraid of Fang Chen. Moreover, they thought that Fang Chen was courting death. The overlord of the Five Elements Sword City is my Godly Destruction Palace, the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization shot out a terrifying hoarse voice from his eyes. His meaning was obvious. Today, he must destroy the Five Elements Palace and completely control the Five Elements Sword City. Ignorant. Fang Chen sneered with a calm face. I hate your expression, the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly with a gloomy face. Just as the Godly Extermination Hall Master's words left his mouth, a boundless aura spread out in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The Godly Destruction Palace Master had made his move. They were all curious whether the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City could withstand the attack of the Godly Destruction Palace Master. Die! The Godly Destruction Palace Master growled as he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Fang Chen stood still on the martial arts stage without any expression on his face. Is he scared out of his wits? Many of the martialists on the square thought to themselves. Rumble. A wild aura soared into the sky. The Godly Destruction Palace Master's hand contained an extremely powerful force. As long as this palm pressed down, Fang Chen would definitely die. City Lord. The Five Elements Palace Master shouted. He was very worried. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen, who was on the martial arts stage. Chimph, pretentious. Seeing that Fang Chen did not move, the Godly Destruction Palace Master sneered and said disdainfully. As soon as he finished his words, his hand pressed down on Fang Chen's head. Is he going to die? Many warriors cried out involuntarily. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire martial arts stage was instantly filled with majestic spiritual energy. What happened? Many cultivators stared curiously at the sparring ring. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. Hiss, hiss, hiss under everyone's gazes, the spiritual energy that filled the sky quietly dissipated. The scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes set off a perilous wave. At that moment, Fang Chen was standing quietly on the martial arts practice platform. His right fist had directly punched through the big hand of the Godly Destruction Hall Master. The martial artists in the square were completely stupefied. The Godly Extermination Palace Master attacked in anger, but he was easily defeated by Fang Chen. How was this possible? Following this, a cry of agony could be heard. The God Extermination Palace Master endured the pain all over his body and broke the arm that Fang Chen was controlling. Then, he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Die. Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He activated his saint-level sword body and punched out. It was a simple and clean punch. The god-destroying palace master did not even have the chance to block it and was directly killed. Crack! The god-destroying palace master's head shattered and his soul scattered. The entire square was dead silent. All the cultivators stared at the sparring ring with their mouths agape. The powerful god-destroying palace master had been killed by Fang Chen just like that. He killed the second-level mystic king realm god-destroying palace master with one punch. The Five Elements palace master was shocked. He had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Just how powerful was the city lord? After the slight shock, he was overjoyed. The city lord was so powerful. Today's chaos in the Five Elements Sword City would definitely be suppressed. As expected, after witnessing the scene of Fang Chen killing the god-destroying palace master, the arrogant leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization involuntarily retreated. How can he be so powerful? 3 years ago, Fang Chen's strength was only at the true martial realm. At that time, he could easily kill this man. However, he missed the best opportunity. Now, 3 years later, this man killed the second-level mystic king realm god-destroying palace master with one punch. It was too shocking. The city lord of the Five Elements Sword City lives up to his reputation. Today's matter is the fault of the Blood Moon Assassin organization. We will compensate for the loss of the Five Elements Palace. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization tried his best to remain calm and said with a smile. From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin organization will no longer participate in the matters of the Five Elements Sword City. The Blood Moon Assassin organization was afraid. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. With his means, destroying the Blood Moon Assassin organization was a piece of cake. Hearing the Blood Moon Assassin organization's words, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Afraid?" Hearing this, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization's heart sank. He forced a smile and looked at Fang Chen. "City Lord, if we really fight, even if the Blood Moon Assassin organization is destroyed, the Five Elements Palace will suffer a great loss. I have said that from today onwards, there will be no Blood Moon Assassin organization or God-destroying palace." Fang Chen had just finished speaking when he used the space-time true intent. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization wanted to flee, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body. Bang! The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization, whose name had shaken the Five Elements Sword City, had fallen. Crash! The entire plaza was in an uproar. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock. They had thought that the Five Elements Palace would be destroyed today. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The happiest of all was the Five Elements Palace. They were extremely excited. The city lord had killed 2 profound kings with a flip of his hand. From now on, the Five Elements Palace would be the absolute overlord of the Five Elements Sword City. I don't need to do anything else, right? Fang Chen turned to the Five Elements Palace Master and said with a smile, "Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely eliminate the source of trouble," said the Five Elements Palace Master happily. The chaos in the Five Elements Sword City had been easily suppressed by Fang Chen. After this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Five Elements Sword City. With it as the center, it quickly spread to the entire Burial Sword Province. After disappearing for 2 years, Fang Chen's name once again appeared in everyone's ears. 3 days later, the Annihilation Shrine was completely destroyed. All the survivors were killed. 10 days later, the Blood Moon Assassin organization was destroyed. At this point, the Five Elements Palace was the dominant force in the Five Elements Sword City. Then, City Lord Fang Chen announced that the Five Elements Palace Master would be the Deputy City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City. When he wasn't around, the Five Elements Palace Master would be in charge of everything. After arranging the matters of the Five Elements Sword City, Fang Chen left for the Azura Sword City. Blood Refinement Monarch. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. When he had just arrived in the Burial Sword Province, his body had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refinement Monarch. He had said that he would definitely take revenge. The strongest overlord force in the Azura Sword City was the Azura Sword Sect. Ever since the Blood Refinement Monarch joined the Azura Sword Sect, There had been an endless supply of blood puppets in the sect. The Azura Sword sect fully supported the Blood Refinement Monarch, and the Blood Refinement Monarch did not disappoint and refined many blood puppets. The Azura Sword sect's strength had leaped to become the strongest force among the many surrounding forces. Today was the day of the Azura Sword sect's annual disciple recruitment. If it was in the past, it might not be so lively. But it was different this year. Because the Blood Refinement Monarch, who was known as the #1 puppet master of the Azura Sword sect, wanted to recruit a disciple. Let's go quickly. The recruitment is about to begin. It would be great if I could become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. Dream on. In the Azura Sword sect, there are countless young people who want to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. How could it be your turn? Walking on the street of the Azura Sword sect, Fang Chen heard the discussions of many martial artists. Recruiting disciples? Fang Chen said with the corner of his mouth raised. Then, he went straight to the square. At this time, the people of the Azura Sword sect were testing the disciples in the square. Fang Chen recognized Xiao Yun and the Blood Refinement Monarch, who had gone to the Golden Sword City. The two of them stood together and stared at the square. Suddenly, Xiao Yun said loudly, "Today, my Azura Sword sect will be recruiting 30 disciples, and the Blood Refinement Monarch will be recruiting 3 personal disciples. If you think you are good enough, you can come and try." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, the square was restless. Many martial artists who thought they were good were eager to give it a try. Fang Chen stood in the crowd and did not rush to make a move. He quietly watched everything. I, Bai He, am willing to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. At this time, a voice spread across the square. Chapter 929. What kind of person was Bai He? He was the most outstanding disciple of Azura Sword City's younger generation. He was also the most likely disciple to become the Blood Refining King's disciple. Xiao Yun immediately looked at Bai He as if he was the Blood Refining King's disciple. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. "Blood Refining King, what do you think of this kid?" Xiao Yun asked. The Blood Refining King observed Bai He for a while before grinning. "Bai He, from today onwards, you're my disciple." Bai He was overjoyed when he heard that. Many cultivators in the square were also envious. Becoming the Blood Refining King's disciple meant that he had a high status in Azura Sword sect. "Brother, I don't think the Blood Refining King can be your master." But at this moment, a strange voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they immediately turned their heads to look. Fang Chen walked step by step from the crowd towards the white crane. At this time, Xiao Yun and the Blood Refining Monarch, who was about to fly into a rage, noticed Fang Chen. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble?" Xiao Yun said coldly. The Blood Refining King's expression was extremely gloomy. He was ready to attack at any time. "Brat, do you want to die?" Bai He had just become the Blood Refining King's disciple, and this brat was already causing trouble. Most importantly, Bai He wanted to show off in front of the Blood Refining King. Thus, he took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Chen. "Brat, break one of your arms and kneel in front of my master. Perhaps my master will be magnanimous and let you go," Bai He said coldly. "I'm telling the truth. The Blood Refining King can't be your master," Fang Chen said slowly. Because, before Fang Chen could finish his words, his figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Then, above Lord Blood Refining's head, a fist light tore through the void and smashed directly on his head. Crack! The Blood Refining King's head suddenly shattered, and his soul was destroyed. Blood Refining King, Xiao Yun, who was standing beside the Blood Refining King, cried out when he saw this. The crowd in the square hadn't reacted yet. Fang Chen's body once again appeared before the white crane. "Look, I've already said that he might not be able to become your master. Why didn't you believe me?" Fang Chen shrugged and said seriously. At that moment, Bai He's body was trembling uncontrollably. His heart was in turmoil. "You." The white crane kept retreating. Because of fear, its legs went soft and it fell to the ground. Its clothes were drenched in sweat. All the warriors looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a devil. "May I ask who senior is?" Xiao Yun suppressed the shock in his heart and cupped his hands. To be able to kill the blood-refining monarch with a single punch, such an almighty was not someone he could provoke. At the same time, Xiao Yun had already sent a message back to Azura Sword Sect's headquarters. "Don't be afraid. I'm only here to kill the blood-refining king," Fang Chen said before leaving. After Fang Chen left, the higher-ups of Azura Sword Sect arrived one after another. After they learned about what had happened, the shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. "Sect Master, are we just going to let this matter go?" Xiao Yun was unwilling. "Nonsense," scolded the Sect Master. This person was able to kill the blood-refining king with a single punch. The latter didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. "Even I don't have the confidence to deal with him." Xiao Yun's face paled. The Azura Sword Sect's people rejoiced that this person had only killed the blood-refining king and hadn't attacked their sect. After killing the blood-refining king, Fang Chen left Azura Sword City and went to Golden Sword City. This was the first city he had visited in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Back then, because of his talent, he had caught the eye of the Sword Battle Arena's Elder Xian. "I wonder how Tang Qianlang is doing," muttered Fang Chen as he stood on the streets of Golden Sword City. Back then, after the blood-refining king had refined him into a blood puppet, Tang Qianlang had spent some violet crystals to buy him back. Then he had sent him on a mission to revive him. Now that he thought about it, Tang Qianlang was his savior. If they met, Fang Chen would be willing to help Tang Qianlang. On a certain street in Golden Sword City, Tang Qianlang and Tang Chenxi were shopping. Back then, their cultivations had only been in the lower stages of the true martial realm. After a few years, their cultivation had reached the middle stages of the true martial realm. As Tang Chenxi grew more and more beautiful, there were more and more men pursuing her in Golden Sword City. At this time, Tang Chenxi was being harassed. "Sister Chenxi, no matter what you want, I can agree to it. I just want you to admire the flowers with me," said a good-for-nothing disciple with a smile. "I don't have time." Because the other party had a powerful background, Tang Chenxi declined politely. However, the other party was overbearing. "Sister Chenxi, I've been pursuing you. Why aren't you even willing to look at me?" asked the good-for-nothing disciple helplessly. "I'm sorry. I'm focusing on my cultivation now. I don't want to talk about love." Tang Chenxi turned and left. However, several subordinates of the good-for-nothing disciple blocked her way. "Bingxian, what do you want?" Tang Chenxi was a little angry. "Chenxi, are you okay?" At this time, Tang Qianlang hurried over. Seeing Tang Chenxi's unhappy expression, he hurriedly asked. "I'm fine," said Tang Chenxi. "Tang Qianlang, you came at the right time. Persuade your sister to agree to my request," said the good-for-nothing disciple. When Tang Qianlang heard this, his expression became serious. "Sir Bingxian, you're from the sword arena. You can find any girl in Golden Sword City. Why do you have to pester my sister?" "Tang Qianlang, you're not giving me face?" Bingxuan's expression darkened when he heard this. "Sir Bingxian, I can't make the decision for my sister." Before Tang Qianlang could finish speaking, Bingxian waved his hand and interrupted him. "Tang Chenxi, you forced me to do this," said Bingxian. "Capture Tang Qianlang." Bingxian wanted to use Tang Qianlang to force Tang Chenxi to submit. When Bingxuan's subordinates heard this, they walked towards Tang Qianlang. Tang Qianlang's expression changed, and he wanted to resist. When did the sword arena have such a good-for-nothing disciple? "I feel embarrassed for Elder Xian." Fang Chen knew that it was time for him to appear. "Who are you?" Bingxuan's eyes landed on Fang Chen as he coldly asked. "I'm just someone who saw injustice and decided to help." Fang Chen smiled. "Attack," said Bingxian. His subordinates continued to charge at Tang Qianlang. However, before they could even get close to Tang Qianlang, they were sent flying. At this time, Bingxian finally realized that something was wrong. "I'm from the sword arena. May I ask who you are?" Bingxian took out the sword arena to pressure Fang Chen. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Chen. Parpano one saw Fang Chen's body move, but two red handprints appeared on Bingxuan's face. It was burning. "You dare hit me," roared Bingxian furiously. "Scram," said Fang Chen coldly. In that instant, a trace of fear appeared in Bingxuan's heart. "Brat, you're dead." Bingxian angrily left. "You are." When Fang Chen turned around, Tang Tianlang's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. He felt that Fang Chen was very familiar. "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Tang Chenxi blinked her eyes as she giggled. "It's nothing. Besides, you siblings saved me before," said Fang Chen. Tang Tianlang was a bit confused. Fang Chen didn't explain. After a moment of confusion, Tang Tianlang worriedly said, "Brother, Bingxian is from the sword arena. You have offended him, so you must be careful." "Don't worry. I don't care about a mere sword arena," said Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Bingxian returned with reinforcements. "Bingxian, who dared to attack you?" asked an old man in a deep voice. "Elder, you must avenge me." After Bingxian returned, he exaggerated the truth and said that he was bullied. When the elder heard this, he was furious and wanted to avenge Bingxian. "Go back and tell Elder Xian that I will pay him a visit." What happened next shocked all the cultivators on the street. Before Bingxian and the others could get close, Fang Chen waved his sleeve and sent them flying. Chapter 930. Golden Sword City, in a brightly lit mansion. This was Tang Tianlang's mansion. Fang Chen and the other two sat quietly in the pavilion. There was a crescent moon in the night sky, and the gentle moonlight shone on the three of them. After learning about the situation, Tang Tianlang couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the blood puppet he casually bought would save his life? "Thank you, Brother Fang," Tang Tianlang said with a smile. After hearing Fang Chen's story, Tang Chen's beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated expression. "It's nothing." Indeed, in Fang Chen's eyes, this was as easy as lifting a finger. In the beginning, Tang Tianlang was still worried that Fang Chen would offend Bingxian, and the sword arena wouldn't let the matter rest. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. With a light wave of his sleeve, he directly sent the elder of the sword arena flying. This strength was obviously at the Mystic King realm. Tang Tianlang never dreamed that one day, he would cross paths with a Mystic King realm cultivator. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that he had once saved this Mystic King realm cultivator. Just as Fang Chen was chatting with Tang Tianlang and his sister, a faint aura suddenly appeared. Fang Chen raised his pitch-black eyes and looked at the darkness outside the pavilion. In the next moment, a figure appeared. "Who are you? Why did you injure someone from the sword arena?" Elder Xian had arrived. When Fang Chen used the name Jiyu Jian, he wore a mask. Now that he had taken off his mask, Elder Xian couldn't recognize him at all. "Elder Xian, how have you been?" Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Hearing this, Elder Xian looked at Fang Chen in surprise. After that, he felt a familiar aura. "You're talking about Jiyu Jian?" Fang Chen deliberately emitted a familiar aura, and Elder Xian instantly discovered it. At this moment, Elder Xian was extremely shocked. Jiyu Jian was incomparably monstrous back then. However, it wasn't as profound as this. Standing in the courtyard, Elder Xian couldn't sense Fang Chen's presence. "Elder Xian, my real name is Fang Chen. The name of the ancient sword was an alias." Fang Chen explained. "Jiyu Jian, Fang Chen. So it's you. This is all a misunderstanding." Elder Xian chuckled when he found out that Fang Chen was Jiyu Jian. Then, he took a step forward and entered the pavilion. "Greetings, Elder Xian." Tang Tianlang and his sister hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. At the end of the day, Elder Xian was still one of the most powerful individuals in Golden Sword City. He deserved to be respected. Elder Xian gestured for the two of them to sit down. Then, he looked at Fang Chen. The city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City, #1 on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. Elder Xian said slowly. "Oh, I should add one more sentence. The most powerful individual of the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture." Elder Xian had heard of Fang Chen's name long ago. However, he never dreamed that Fang Chen and Jiyu Jian were the same person. Fang Chen's potential was too monstrous. At a young age, he became the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. Then, He entered the Sword Burial Prefecture and ranked first on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. A few years ago, Fang Chen followed Lu Jingyun and the others into the God Burial Sword Prison. After that, 13 powerful individuals appeared, but Fang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Everyone thought that Fang Chen had died in the God Burial Sword Prison. Who would have thought that not only was Fang Chen not dead, but he was also abnormally powerful? Fang Chen, it seems like you've gained something in the God Burial Sword Prison. Elder Xian smiled. At the sword battle arena, he heard that an expert had appeared and sent an elder flying with a wave of his sleeve. Moreover, this person had said that he wanted to visit him. His intuition told him that this person must be a mysterious King Realm expert. Hence, he had come personally. Bing Xian. Elder Xian was furious when he thought of Bing Xian. Fang Chen, Bing Xian has offended you. I will definitely punish him. Elder Xian said. Elder Xian also knew that with Fang Chen's current strength, even if he killed Bing Xian, there was nothing he could do. However, Fang Chen did not kill Bing Xian. This was giving him face. It's over, Fang Chen said. Then, he looked at Tang Tianlang and his sister. Elder Xian, I owe these two people a favor. Before Fang Chen finished speaking, Elder Xian directly asked the two of them to join the sword battle arena. Fang Chen smiled when he heard this. Tang Tianlang and his sister were the happiest. The two of them had dreamed of joining the sword battle arena one day. However, reality was cruel. With their talent, they could not join the sword battle arena. However, the leader of the sword battle arena, Elder Xian, who was famous in Golden Sword City, personally asked the two of them to join. Thank you, Brother Fang. Thank you, Elder Xian. Tang Tianlang was excited and thanked them. The reason why Fang Chen and Tang Tianlang came to his residence was to create momentum for him so that outsiders would not dare to attack them. Now, they had achieved their goal. Fang Chen and Elder Xian chatted for a while before leaving quietly. The next day, a big piece of news came out of Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi had become the direct disciples of the sword battle arena. Their status was second only to the elders. After this news came out, the entire sword battle arena was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing. The reason for this was probably because of that mysterious expert. Could it be that even Elder Xian was afraid of that mysterious expert? Within Golden Sword City, there were sounds of discussion. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he quietly returned to Burial Sword City. In Buried Sword City, Fang Chen found Fatty Li, He Xuelin, Luo Bairen, and Wu Li. Back then in Golden Sword City, they had a good relationship. Now that Fang Chen was strong, he would naturally help the four of them. Under Fang Chen's introduction, the four of them joined the City Lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two City Lords. Their futures were limitless. The four of them were very happy. Brother Jiyu Jian, oh no, it's Brother Fang Chen. I, Fatty Li, admire you so much. Fatty Li grinned. Fang Chen didn't hide anything from Fatty Li and the other three. When the four of them learned that Jiyu Jian was Fang Chen, they were shocked. Now, the five of them gathered in the City Lord's mansion and chatted happily. I said that Brother Fang Chen is extraordinary. He Xuelin smiled. Brother Fang, thank you. Luo Bairen said. Beside him, Wu Li also nodded his head heavily to express his gratitude. In Buried Sword City, they had no one to rely on. It was very difficult for them to survive. Now that they had joined the City Lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two City Lords, it would be much easier for them to cultivate. Cultivate well. After making arrangements for the four of them, Fang Chen returned to the Buried Sword Immortal Palace. Seeing Fang Chen's departing figure, the four of them had grave expressions. I must work hard to cultivate. Fatty Li said solemnly. That's right. For Brother Fang Chen to have such achievements, it can't be separated from hard work. We should also work hard. He Xuelin said. Luo Bairen and Wu Li looked at each other and smiled. Inside the Buried Sword Immortal Palace, the Palace Lord and Fang Chen were sitting in a pavilion playing chess. Fang Chen's chess skills weren't very good, but since the Palace Lord wanted to play chess, he naturally had to accompany him. The palace lord held the shirako and landed on the chessboard. Then he glanced at Fang Chen and smiled. The secular matter has been resolved. It has already been resolved, Fang Chen said bluntly. The palace lord pondered for a moment and then said, Fang Chen, I originally didn't plan to tell you this matter now. However, your achievements have exceeded my expectations. After thinking about it, I still want to tell you. Palace lord, there's no harm in saying it. Fang Chen said. You have also been to the buried godsword prison, so you should know where it is. The palace lord said. The buried godsword prison is in the depths of the endless sea. The palace lord nodded and then said, however, what you don't know is why the buried godsword prison is in that whirlpool. Why? Fang Chen frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. Because there is an extraterrestrial creature suppressed in that whirlpool. The palace lord said. An extraterrestrial creature? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. What was the origin of this extraterrestrial creature? Why did it need the buried godsword prison to suppress it? As expected, the palace lord's next words shocked Fang Chen. That extraterrestrial creature is not an ordinary creature. It comes from the legendary place where the gods live. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned and his face was filled with confusion. The place where the gods live. This was the second time he had heard of this place. This extraterrestrial creature actually came from the place where the gods lived. No wonder it was suppressed by the buried godsword prison. This extraterrestrial creature is very strong. Fang Chen asked. Chapter 931. The place where gods lived was extremely mysterious. Since this creature had come from the place where gods lived, its strength was naturally extraordinary. How did it get here? Asked Fang Chen. The palace master shook his head, as if he didn't know much about it. Fang Chen, after you entered the god-burying sword prison, I gathered a dozen profound kings who had experienced the chaos of the darkness to fight that creature, said the palace master. Fang Chen listened quietly, his heart pounding. In the end, all of them died, and that creature also suffered a great price. It can't escape the suppression of the god-burying sword prison for now, continued the palace master. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean, palace master? Asked Fang Chen. That creature has always been the greatest threat to the sword burial state. I've been thinking about getting rid of it day and night, but its strength is too heaven-defying, said the palace master. The palace master said, my original plan was to nurture batches of experts and use them to exhaust the life of the extraterrestrial life form. However, your appearance has disrupted my plans. It has also allowed me to see hope, said the palace master. Fang Chen was startled and looked at the palace master in confusion. It's a pleasant surprise that you were able to gain Emperor Zhongjian's approval. Right now, you're still weak and haven't reached the profound king realm. Once you reach the profound king realm, your strength will definitely soar. You'll be the most promising cultivator to kill that creature, said the palace master. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. The creature wanted to destroy the sword burial state. If he was strong enough, Fang Chen would definitely stop it. After all, the sword burial state was formed by his master's body. It couldn't be desecrated. Don't worry, palace master. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll definitely do my best to kill that creature, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, the palace master laughed in relief. Fang Chen, you're the only martial artist in the last 10,000 years to pass the 12th heaven tribulation. You're only at LV9 true martial realm, yet you're able to kill a mysterious king realm expert. Furthermore, you've become the disciple of Zhongjian Emperor. You'll definitely shine in the future. Palace master, may I ask how long it will take for that creature to recover from its injuries? This was the question Fang Chen was most concerned about. The self-destruction of more than a dozen mystic king realm commanders is extremely powerful. That extraterrestrial being will need at least 5 years to recover, said the palace master. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. In Fang Chen's opinion, 5 years was not a short time. He was confident that he could complete the 18th level of the God-burying sword prison within 5 years and become his master's official disciple. By then, the entire God-burying sword prison would be under his control. Most importantly, The 8 guardians would be able to leave the god-burying sword prison. With 8 peak mystic king realm experts and Qin Yang, they should have a high chance of dealing with that extraterrestrial being. However, it was still too early to say such things. Many thanks, said the palace master solemnly. To be able to make the palace master express his gratitude, it was enough to show how much hope he had for Fang Chen. After chatting with the palace master for a while, Fang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Palace master, does the sword-burying immortal palace have any secret soul cultivation techniques? Asked Fang Chen. Now that his soul had reached the late green level, the god-drawing art was no longer able to support his attacks. Therefore, he needed to find a more powerful soul cultivation method. Secret soul cultivation techniques? The palace master thought for a moment and then said, Fang Chen, there are indeed soul cultivation techniques in the sword-burying immortal palace, but what? There's a soul tower in the sword-burial immortal palace. There are 2 secret soul cultivation techniques hidden in the soul tower. For countless years, no one has been able to find these 2 secret soul cultivation techniques. The palace master slowly said. They're hidden within the soul tower? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. The palace master nodded and gave Fang Chen a simple explanation of the soul tower. I want to give it a try. Fang Chen was eager to give it a try. All right, I'll take you there. The palace master stood up and led Fang Chen out of the pavilion. A moment later, the 2 of them arrived at a place shrouded in mist. Only when they got closer did they discover that there was a tall tower surrounded by dense soul energy. This is the soul tower? Asked Fang Chen. The soul tower is an independent space. Every martial artist that enters the soul tower will find themselves in a different environment. As for whether or not you can obtain a soul cultivation technique, that will depend on your luck. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the ancient soul pagoda. Crash. After entering the soul tower, Fang Chen discovered that he was in a vast expanse of whiteness. Snow was falling from the sky, and the ground was covered in ice blocks that stretched as far as the eye could see. A world of ice and snow. Fang Chen looked around in astonishment. Back in the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen had comprehended the concept of ice. He hadn't expected to encounter a world of ice and snow this time. Crash. He released the concept of ice and wrapped it around his body. It instantly blocked the icy aura of this world of ice and snow. After that, Fang Chen quickly walked through the world of ice and snow, carefully searching for a soul cultivation technique. There are 2 secret techniques in this soul tower. I wonder where they are hidden, muttered Fang Chen to himself. The vast world of ice and snow was covered in white. Apart from ice and snow, there was nothing else. Even the air was filled with the aura of ice and snow. After walking continuously for 6 hours, Fang Chen stopped. The aura of ice and snow is a bit different. Fang Chen muttered. With the true meaning of space-time, he was very sensitive to space. He discovered that the air was different. Just like that, Fang Chen quietly stood on the ground. The heavy snow in the sky constantly fell on his body. Not long after, he was covered in snow and merged into the world of ice and snow. At this time, the aura of the concept of ice in Fang Chen's mind was rapidly increasing. The 2nd minor realm of the concept of ice, the 3rd minor realm. The concept of ice was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had reached perfection. At this time, Fang Chen's comprehension of the world of ice and snow had become even deeper. Boom. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's mind exploded. Following that, information drilled into his mind. Secret ice sword. When he sensed this information, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. This secret ice sword was clearly one of the soul cultivation techniques. I got it. After obtaining the secret ice sword, Fang Chen was very excited. Although he had only scanned it, he already knew that this secret ice sword was countless times stronger than the god attraction art. As expected of something from the sword burial immortal palace, Fang Chen couldn't help but praise. I wonder what the other secret technique is. Fang Chen said. Fang Chen wasn't greedy. After obtaining a secret technique, he chose to leave. In less than half a day, Fang Chen came out of the ancient soul pagoda. So fast. Seeing this, the palace master couldn't help but exclaim. After bidding farewell to the palace master, Fang Chen turned and left. In a certain courtyard, there was a Dao-level formation protecting it. Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the secret ice sword. Surrounded by the concept of ice, the temperature of the courtyard was extremely low. This secret ice sword can temporarily freeze a cultivator's soul. Fang Chen muttered to himself. According to the introduction of the secret ice sword, once this secret technique was used, the soul power would condense into an ice sword and stab at the enemy. Of course, it also depended on who the opponent was. If the opponent was a third-level profound King Realm cultivator, the secret ice sword would be ineffective. Fang Chen's soul cultivation was only at the late 4th level. Even if he used the secret ice sword, he could at most fight a first-level profound King Realm cultivator. It would be great if my soul cultivation could reach the early 5th level. Fang Chen thought to himself. At the 5th level, the soul would reach the early blue level. At that time, with the secret ice sword, it would be easy to kill a third-level profound King Realm cultivator. If combined with the true meaning of space and time and the third revolution radiant sword art, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a 4th-level profound King Realm cultivator. I should think of a way to raise the concept of ice to the true meaning of ice first. Fang Chen said. Using the secret ice sword required the concept of ice. Once the concept of ice was raised to the true meaning of ice, its power would definitely increase again. Chapter 932. The true intent of ice was a low-level true intent. For those ordinary real martial realm martial artists, it was beyond their reach. However, Fang Chen was the only 12th tribulation martial artist in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, he had a golden heart and was exceptionally talented. He could even comprehend the true intent of space and time. What was a mere true intent of ice? Moreover, Fang Chen had the foundation of the concept of ice himself. While comprehending the true intent of ice, the entire courtyard was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The temperature was extremely low. This lasted for about a month before he finally comprehended the true intent of ice. After comprehending the true intent of ice, Fang Chen began to cultivate the secret sword of ice. While comprehending the true intent of ice, Fang Chen had already memorized the chant of the secret sword of ice. Now, cultivating the secret sword of ice was a matter of course. In less than 2 hours, he succeeded in cultivating the secret sword of ice. Elementary level of the secret sword of ice. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. He withdrew his aura and the true intent of ice instantly disappeared. The pure whiteness in the courtyard also directly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of movement outside the large array. Immediately, Fang Chen removed the large array. He suddenly discovered that the palace master was standing outside the courtyard. Palace master. Fang Chen looked at the palace master in confusion and cupped his hands. The palace master nodded and smiled. How was it? What did you gain? Not bad, Fang Chen said. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you, the palace master said. Fang Chen was puzzled and wanted to ask who this everyone was. However, the palace master did not give him a chance and directly turned to leave. Fang Chen followed closely behind and soon arrived at a large hall. The palace master took the lead to enter the hall and directly sat on the throne at the head of the table. After Fang Chen entered the hall, he suddenly discovered that there were many martial artists in the hall. Moreover, he recognized all of them. Little friend Fang, how have you been? The taciturn Zong Jian grinned. Little friend Fang, I knew that you would definitely come out, said Reverend Tianhong. Fang Chen, you're back, Lu Jingyun said. Fang Chen looked at them one by one. They were the 13 experts who had fought alongside him back then. Aren't they in seclusion? Could it be that they have come out? Fang Chen, ever since they came back, they have been in seclusion. They came out of seclusion a few days ago. It was their idea to call you here today, the palace lord on the throne said with a smile. Little friend Fang, we owe you our lives. We once heard that the continent you're from is facing some danger. We hope that we can help you, said Wind Chant. The other experts also looked at Fang Chen one after another. Fang Chen was also taken aback when he heard this. His original plan was to head to the ancient sword continent and exterminate the Devil Cloud Lian state after mastering the secret ice sword. But now, after hearing these people's words, he suddenly changed his mind. In that case, thank you very much, Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. With one more person, there would be one more force. The 13 experts were all Mystic King realm experts. If they were to head to the ancient sword continent, they would definitely suppress the ancient sword continent's crisis. Fang Chen, I can't leave the sword burial immortal palace. Let the 13 of them go with you, said the palace lord slowly. After the 13 experts became profound kings, they joined the sword-burying celestial palace. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. When are we leaving? Sichu Hong's eyes flickered as he asked anxiously. Du Guyun was also anxious because the other 2 continents they were from had also been invaded by experts. Now that they had the strength, they naturally wanted to restore order and quell the chaos. We can leave now, said Fang Chen. It just so happened that he had mastered the secret ice sword, so he could leave now. Then let's go. After everyone made their decision, Fang Chen took the lead and flew out of the sword burial immortal palace. On this day, there were 14 strong cultivators flying in the sky above the burial sword prefecture. Many true martial realm cultivators were astonished by this sight. Star and Moon, I will avenge you, said Fang Chen, clenching his fists. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the border of the sword burial prefecture. There was a huge seal between this place and the Forbidden Ocean. The 14 experts landed on the ground. Fang Chen took out a token and injected his spirit qi into it, activating it instantly. Whoosh! A bright light shot out from the token and blended into the seal. Under everyone's gaze, the seal opened. Let's go, said Fang Chen. The 14 experts entered the gap in the seal in a single file. Then, the seal closed automatically. Fang Chen and the others floated in the sky. Below them was the Forbidden Ocean. This is the Forbidden Ocean. Swordsman Folding's eyes flickered as he grinned. This was the first time they had left the sword burial prefecture since they were born. They were very excited. Once we cross the sword burial prefecture, we'll reach the ancient sword continent. With that, Fang Chen transformed into a streak of light. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the true martial realm, the other 13 looked to him as their leader. That was because everyone knew that Fang Chen's strength was the most frightening. Moreover, they had learned from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace that Fang Chen had received the Sword Burial Emperor's approval and become his personal disciple. One could imagine how terrifying Fang Chen's potential was. What fresh air! Everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. On this day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. The Forbidden Ocean was called a forbidden area because it was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. Humans were not allowed to set foot in it. For the ancient sword continent's cultivators, even profound kings didn't dare to enter the Forbidden Ocean. A few years ago, 3 foreign visitors had appeared in the Forbidden Ocean. Their appearance intimidated the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor. After that, the Beast Emperor didn't dare to appear. It wasn't until a long time later that the Beast Emperor realized that the foreign visitors had left. After hearing this news, the Beast Emperor was extremely excited. Every day, he would seek pleasure in the Forbidden Ocean. One day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. A Beast King quickly arrived at the Beast Emperor Palace. Lord Beast Emperor, we found 14 human cultivators in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean, said the Octopus Beast King quickly. What human cultivators are in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean? Asked the Beast Emperor. How strong are they? I can't sense their strength, said the Octopus Beast King. I'll go take a look. As soon as the Beast Emperor finished speaking, he appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. Then, it chased after the 14 streaks of light. Because it was in the ocean, its speed was at its peak. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Fang Chen and the others. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others, who were flying, suddenly discovered a Beast Emperor below them. A Mystic King Realm Sea Demon should be the leader of this ocean. As Dark Sword spoke, he turned to glare at the Beast Emperor and muttered to himself. The Beast Emperor, who wanted to probe the strength of these human cultivators, was suddenly frightened by Dark Sword's gaze. 14 Mystic Kings. At this moment, the Beast Emperor was in chaos. He had never seen 14 Mystic Kings at once. Where were these human cultivators going? Splash! Without any hesitation, the Beast Emperor dove into the depths of the ocean in a flash. He didn't dare to provoke 14 Mystic Kings. What's going on? In the past, I haven't encountered a single Mystic King realm cultivator in 1,000 years. Now, in less than 10 years, I've encountered so many Mystic Kings, said the Beast Emperor doubtfully. The closer they got to the ancient Sword Continent, the more difficult it was for Fang Chen to calm down. Thinking back to the past, although he had transmigrated from Earth. However, as time passed, he developed a strong sense of belonging. In the depths of his heart, he had already treated Black Cloud City's Fang clan as his true home. Then, with the help of the Golden Heart and his own efforts, he had walked step by step to reach his current level. The ancient Sword Continent was his home. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. Demon Cloud Lianju, you killed my wife and occupied my home. Your death date has arrived. The current Fang Chen was confident that he could easily kill Demon Cloud Lianju. After flying for a few days, the Icefire King suddenly said, "There's a continent up ahead." Fang Chen raised his head. A familiar scene instantly appeared. Chapter 933. The Ancient Sword Continent. The appearance of the Demon Cloud Lianju intimidated the two strongest quasi-kings of the continent. After that, the Skybone King and the Akron Sect Master became the Demon Cloud Lianju's lackeys. The Demon Cloud Lianju was focused on refining the heart of the realm and had no time to care about the ancient Sword Continent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Akron Sect had been occupying every piece of land on the ancient Sword Continent. Today was the most dangerous day in the history of the Five Elements continent. After being defeated by Dean Wuyun, the Akron Sect Master went into hiding. Recently, he'd finally recovered his peak combat strength, and his cultivation had stepped into the mysterious King realm once more. After reaching the Mystic King realm, the Akron Sect Master's combat strength was unprecedented and became the strongest person on the ancient Sword Continent. The Akron Sect Master led the Akron Sect to besiege the Five Elements Academy. At this moment, the Akron Sect Master stood quietly under the Five Elements Peak with a disdainful smile. The Five Elements Peak was engulfed in a massacre. The remnants of the Akron Sect were slaughtering crazily. The students of the Five Elements Academy were fighting to the death for the academy. Seeing the students dying one after another at the hands of the remnants of the Akron Sect, the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy were powerless. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Dean Wuyun was the leader with Elder Han and the others behind him. "Dean, let me fight. Even if I die, I'm willing." The bloody spearman's eyes were scarlet as he roared. Dean Wuyun was a quasi-king and couldn't fight against the Akron Sect Master. The Akron Sect Master relied on his strength to intimidate the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, making them unable to fight. They could only watch as the students of the Five Elements Academy were slaughtered. "Wuyun, today will be the death of the Five Elements Academy," the Akron Sect Master said in a low voice. After destroying the Five Elements Academy, they would occupy the Tianju and Demon Continent and become the true ruler of the ancient Sword Continent. "Dean, let me fight," Elder Han roared. The other true martial realm experts also requested to fight. Even if they died in battle, it was better than this. Dean Wuyun closed his eyes in pain. After about 3 seconds, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a hint of unswerving determination. "I'll hold back the Yellow Spring Sect's Sect Master. You guys go and slaughter the remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect." Dean Wuyun made his decision. As soon as his voice fell, Dean Wuyun's figure flashed, and he arrived below the Five Elements Peak. He launched his strongest attack at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. At the same time, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy also joined the battle. Killing one is enough, killing two is a profit. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign roared as he killed a Yellow Spring Sect member. With the addition of several true martial realm powerhouses, the Five Elements Academy's decline was instantly stopped, and they launched an attack on the Yellow Springs sect. How laughable. Below the Five Elements peak, seeing Dean Wuyun's attack, the Yellow Spring sect master said these words. Bang! Dean Wuyun's all-out attack was actually easily blocked by the Netherworld sect master. The difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm is not as simple as you imagine. The head of the Yellow Spring sect sneered. He held Dean Wuyun's weapon and directly shattered it. Bang! Dean Wuyun's body was sent flying and slammed into the Five Elements peak. Rumble. The entire Five Elements peak was shaking. The hearts of several true martial realm cultivators who were fighting sank. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly spread out. Is the Five Elements Academy going to be destroyed? This was the thought in the hearts of many Five Elements Academy disciples. Even the strongest dean was sent flying by a punch from the Netherworld sect master. Who else could stop the iron hooves of the Yellow Springs sect? All the cultivators had a trace of sadness on their faces, and their backs had a trace of loneliness. Even if we die, we have to drag someone down with us. It was unknown who shouted this, but suddenly, the fighting spirit of the Five Elements Academy was ignited. Countless students charged into the battlefield without caring about anything. They were not afraid of death, just to prove that there were no cowards in the Five Elements Academy. Dean Wuyun's eyes were scarlet red, and he fell into madness. Ah! Yang Tian roared, roaring endlessly. He ignited his own blood and launched another attack. However, the heartless truth made his heart turn to ashes. Bang! One punch after another, directly shattered the last trace of hope in Dean Wuyun's heart. From today onwards, the Five Elements Academy will be destroyed. The Netherworld sect master announced. As soon as the Netherworld sect master finished speaking, his body suddenly emitted the aura of a mystic king. In his palm, countless auras instantly gathered into a small ball. Within this small ball, there was an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone knew that if this small ball bombarded the Five Elements peak, the Five Elements Academy would completely disappear. No. All the students cried out miserably. They wanted to stop him, but there was nothing they could do. Die. The more it was like this, the happier the Netherworld sect master was. He threw the small ball in his hand without hesitation towards the Five Elements peak. The 14 experts led by Fang Chen discovered that something was wrong as soon as they entered the Five Elements province. There's the aura of a mystic king realm martial artist. They seem to be fighting. Zhong Jian said in a deep voice. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. He didn't even have time to speak. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. This was the first time since Fang Chen comprehended the true meaning of space and time, he had activated it. His body was constantly traversing through space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Five Elements peak. Not good. When Fang Chen saw the small ball, he cried out inwardly. Then, he activated the true meaning of space and time again. Just as the small ball was about to hit the Five Elements peak, Fang Chen suddenly appeared. Crash. The small round ball was confined for a short while. Then, Fang Chen activated his saint-level physical body and punched the small round ball. Bang! The small ball shattered and a berserk aura instantly spread out. The sudden turn of events caused the Yellow Spring sect master to frown. Who is it? The Netherworld sect master berated. As for Dean Wuyun and the other true martial realm experts who had fallen to the ground, when they discovered the person who had arrived, their eyes glistened with tears. Fang Chen, he didn't die. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen didn't die. My Five Elements Academy can be saved. A burst of cheers instantly resounded through the sky. After Fang Chen shattered the small ball, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Then, he nodded at Dean Wuyun. Finally, his gaze fell on the Netherworld sect master. Fang Chen, how are you still alive? When the Netherworld sect master saw Fang Chen's appearance, he cried out involuntarily. Back then, he had personally killed Fang Chen in the Devil Cloud Lian province and left his corpse in the wilderness. He didn't expect that after so many years, Fang Chen would actually appear alive. Furthermore, he had managed to block his attack. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also going to take your dog life, said Fang Chen. So what if you didn't die? The current me has already stepped into the profound king realm. You're powerless to change anything, said the Netherworld sect master coldly. Even if Fang Chen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to step into the profound king realm in such a short time. I'm powerless to change anything, said Fang Chen. The one powerless to change anything should be the Netherworld sect master. Fang Chen's appearance caused the battle to instantly stop. My Netherworld sect wants to unify the ancient sword continent. A heavenly genius like you won't be able to stop me, said the Netherworld sect master. Fang Chen shook his head. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a disdainful smile. In my eyes, you're just an ant, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen's words were extremely arrogant, infuriating the Netherworld sect master. Brat, if you want to die, I'll help you out. The Netherworld sect master's wrist shook, and a ray of light shot out. Whoosh! When the ray of light reached Fang Chen, it strangely stopped. Then, Fang Chen directly grabbed the ray of light and crushed it in front of the Netherworld sect master's eyes. This is your attack? Asked Fang Chen. Just now, the Netherworld sect master had sensed Fang Chen's aura when Fang Chen attacked. The aura of the true martial realm is deliberately mystifying. Without stepping into the profound king realm, you won't be able to stop me from unifying the continent, sneered the Netherworld sect master. He had thought that Fang Chen was powerful, but it turned out he was just deliberately mystifying himself. You'll never understand the difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm, continued the Netherworld sect master. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. He agreed with the Akron sect leader's words.